That's bad. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. I appreciate you for being here alongside the 4.3 thousand people that have joined the stream so far on TikTok. Thank you so much for giving some of the time out of your day to tune into the live stream to hopefully learn something new. Now, if you've never been here before, welcome in. I'd assume that's only a minority of y'all. I feel like we have a pretty large reoccurring base of people who come back. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. I'm really having some congestion issues. I actually might have to take 30 seconds to bolt downstairs to grab the Kleenex. But anyways, Donald Trump is the worst president of my life. He's the worst president of your life. And that's what we're here to discuss. And this is highly unfortunate for everybody watching, but I was just talking to you about my congestion issues, needing to blow my nose. Unfortunately, I'm going to go take 30 seconds to go grab the Kleenex. Hang out with us. I'll be right back, folks. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. You already know it. And like I said, I'll be right back. I just got to go grab a Kleenex box. I'm back. All right, folks, I am back. I appreciate you so much for waiting there for a moment while I went and I grabbed my Kleenex. It is allergy season out here in Colorado. The pollen off the trees and the saliva from my cat definitely make my allergies act up. But anyways, once again, for everybody who's tuning in, thank you for being here. We have a lot of breaking news to go over, so we're going to go ahead. Ooh, I'm out of breath. I really ran to go grab the Kleenex box to keep it under 30 seconds. I really did run. Okay, we have a lot of breaking news to go over. Today, the Department of Justice, in accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, released over 3 million new Epstein files. There are a lot of these files that I have not gone through and looked at myself, of course, because there's 3 million of them. But the collective efforts of people like myself and other great journalists like Aaron Parnas have come to a few very unsettling conclusions. So first and foremost, the main thing that I want to start talking about, going over what we are now seeing from the release of the most recent batch, is the fact that today we have a document compiled by the FBI sometime last year organizing the accusations made by women and girls that were then tipped off to the FBI against many powerful people, including Trump. We're going to go through some of those accusations now. I did make a video about a lot of them. I posted it on Instagram. I posted it on TikTok. And honestly, they are a little bit hard to talk about, but I think it's important that you all need to know. So just real quick, big trigger warning. The first allegation was made by, I'm actually just going to go and pull it up on my computer, was made by a woman who told the FBI that when she was 16, while modeling, she attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, they reported that they were sexually assaulted by Epstein. They then go on to say that themselves, alongside multiple other young girls, would attend quote-unquote big orgy parties. And at these big orgy parties, there would be multiple very powerful men. She specifically named Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. We see another complaint that says, quote unquote, I witnessed a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in California between 1995 and 1996. The complainant reported that Ghislaine Maxwell, as the madam and broker for the sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump, she then went on to say that they were forced to participate in orgies and that some of the girls went missing, rumored to have been unalived. We have another complaint that says that they were... let me make sure I'm reading this one right. Another complainant testified to the FBI that they were forced to engage in multiple high-profile sex parties, dealings with cartels, and witnessed one of the Epstein associates, Robin Leach, strangle a young girl to death. They named Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Robin Leach, and the Sinaloa cartel. We have another complaint here that states, let's see here, give me one moment so I can pull it up. Yes, another complaint here directed towards the New York Police Department, more specifically an NYPD officer, who states that when she was 13, she was forced to perform sex acts on Donald Trump, and that this occurred with multiple high-profile individuals and involved her being sex trafficked. And she also witnessed the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. She reported that Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. All right, we have a handful more. There's a lot of them. There is a lot of them. Okay. Another complainant reported to the FBI that Donald Trump had parties at Mar-a-Lago called quote-unquote calendar girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in, and Trump would then auction them off. It is reported that Trump would measure the children's vulva, and this is, I'm really struggling to read this out loud. It was reported that Trump would measure the children's vulva and female members by entering a finger, and then rated the children on tightness. The guests, quote unquote, the guests were elder men that included Elon Musk, Don Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, alongside a handful of attorneys. Now, these are multiple complaints that were filed to the FBI by women and girls over the course of the last 20 years. And this is one of the key findings that we are now receiving from the most recent release of the Epstein files. I'm experiencing this phenomenon where it's I just feel so deeply sick and unsettled after having to read those to you all, and it leaves me asking myself, how did we get here? How did we get here? Now, there's a handful of other reports that are coming out of the newly released Epstein files. I believe that we will continue to get those Epstein files over the course of the next day or so. Like I said, there was 3 million new files released, so those are going to take a moment for institutions to go through, for me to go through, for independent journalists to go through, and of course, we're not going to have everything the moment of right now to discuss and break down. So make sure that you stay tuned in to the live streams and follow, as well as make sure that you're following multiple good and reliable independent journalists. I would argue that Aaron Parnas is probably my favorite independent journalist to go to for the breaking news. He is on top of it even before a lot of the major institutions and media outlets. So that's a good source. At this moment in time, folks, we are going to go ahead and hop into the conversations, the debates with Trump supporters. I expect to hear a lot of lunacy, a lot of nonsense, and a lot of bullshit today. I mean, think about it this way. If it was anybody but Trump, the live streams that I host just simply wouldn't be controversial. If it was anybody but Trump, all humans would be able to see right through any claim made by him that he is not a bad guy or hasn't done and engaged in multiple forms of sexual violence. Imagine that it was like, for instance, your father, your mother, your parent, and you have a daughter who just brought home a new boyfriend, and you figure out that this boyfriend had been held civilly liable for raping a woman. Then he turned around and said that it was funny when he followed multiple women and girls into their changing rooms to look at their bodies, was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of girls, and then tried to break the law and defy Congress to prevent the release of more of these files. But of course, when we did have more files released, it just named him time and time and time again. There wouldn't be a question or doubt in your mind surrounding the character of this man. But apparently there is the same question and doubt in the minds of millions of Americans simply because that man is Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and hop into those debates, everybody. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. I'm sorry. I'm really unsettled. I'm really unsettled after reading that, folks. I'm going to try my best here to, keep the debates coming your way. I'm going to try to do my best here to keep the debates coming your way. Are you guys hearing any issues with my microphone, or is that just me? I'm hearing quite a few issues with my microphone. Let me know if that's something you're hearing too. All right, folks, let's go and get that very first guest up here. No? Okay, good. Yeah, I think it's just... Give me a moment. I think it's just me. I have a bad connection here to my headset that I plug into my mix amp so I could hear the stream and hear the guests. Let me do this too. All right, we should be good to go, folks. Let's go to try to get that very first guest up of the day. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For everybody tuning in on TikTok and on YouTube, I appreciate you for being here and hope that your day's been all right. All right, let's go to get that very first guest of the day up. We have Evan Schultz joining the live, folks. Make sure that you are following the rules, everybody. We are just looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. And for everybody in that comment section spamming 5 mil, we hit 5 mil on TikTok maybe around a month ago, but love y'all. What's going on, Evan? Do you support Trump? Okay. Evan, that wasn't an answer to my question. I'm going to ask it again. Do you support Trump? Okay. All right. Well, we'll give you one last opportunity. Evan, do you support Trump? All right. Guys, yeah, I've gotten good at this. We're gonna be doing all right today. We're gonna be doing all right today. Just kind of running through these guests. I've really my new spirit animal that I really take on and just really fill the role of when we do these streams is a second grade teacher. So I've learned well. I think I've learned well. I'm doing well. And I appreciate everybody on YouTube for letting me know that you couldn't hear the guests. That would be my bad. You'll be able to hear them now. Before I started the live stream on YouTube, I used OBS, which is the service that broadcasts the debates to YouTube, to record a video. And for that video, because I only wanted my audio, no audio for my computer, I muted the desktop audio. So I just unmuted it. You'll be able to hear it. As you can tell, you can hear the guests. So, folks, if you happen to be in the queue over on TikTok, make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got that next guest, Boosted Bro, loading up. Hello, Boosted Bro. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. My name is Alex. I just wanted to come on here, and I just honestly wanted to say thank you for everything that you do for...
Alex, you're awesome, dude. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. I just already know that you are not a Trump supporter, and I appreciate you so much for the love. Dude, show some love to Alex down below in that comment section. I will very politely ask every single person tuning into the live stream to only hop inside of the queue on TikTok if you are an American adult, but, huge shout out to Alex. Hello, do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you!
Okay, folks, I don't know how long it's going to take to find a Trump supporter today. And while in the moment of, this is very annoying for obvious reasons, guys, just remember that there's a silver lining to this. It's just the simple fact that significantly less people support Trump. We have 14,000 people already tuned in on TikTok. No one supports Trump, apparently, out of all the viewers. So, hi, do you support Trump?
Sorry, Daddy, you're such a cutie butt!
How did he get up twice? How did that fetus get up twice in less than 2 minutes? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Same fetus got up on the stream twice in less than 10 minutes with an audience of over 14K. That's wild. All right, folks, we're going to go like full dictator mode with the rules now. You break the rules, you get banned. No doubt about it. You have to be 18 plus American to MAGA. Hello, do you support Trump?
I actually do not support Trump, but I just wanted to say I saw your
Well, Laura, I do hope you have a good rest of your day. We are going to move on to the next guest because we're a dictator and we punish the law. The lawbreakers, the rule breakers are there for a reason. We're going to start banning everybody that breaks the rules. Hello, do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
And you're banned! I'm just kidding, dude. I love you too. I didn't actually ban you, but we are just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest right now, y'all. We actually are going to start banning people now, okay? So, like, no troll no more, okay? No troll, no troll. You're actually going to get banned, okay? You are actually going to get banned now, folks. So, if you love me and you want to watch the live stream, I just highly recommend staying out of that queue. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Get a little closer to that mic. How old are you?
I'm almost 40.
Oh, fuck. I accidentally kicked you. I'm sorry. What do we do now? Should I ban myself? Because I'm the one that disturbed the debates? I accidentally kicked you. I did not mean to do that. In fact, I was trying to take my finger off of the kick button so we could hopefully hop into the debate, and guess what? It slipped. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm not even trying to make a joke here or anything. I actually did accidentally kick you. So feel free to get back in the guest request. We got the next guest loading up in the meantime. Follow our rules, everybody. We're just looking for Trump supporters. And if you are watching and you happen to be a fence-sitter kind of middleman, don't know which way to lean, don't know to support Trump or not to support him, I hope that this stream is making you reconsider that. I mean, like, truly, we are struggling right now. We are trying our hardest to find a single person that supports Trump to come up here and debate with an audience of 16K. Elo, do you support Trump? And of course, they're not even here. Dear God, dude. How long do y'all think it's going to take? How long do y'all think it's going to take just to find one person? How long? Seriously, how long? Take a guess down below in that comment section. Hi, do you support Trump? No, they're not here. This is embarrassing, dude. This is embarrassing, man. We're by the way, we are 20 minutes into the stream. Hi, do you support Trump? Justin Miller, you have 5 seconds.
God bless. Are you answering my butt?
Okay, moving on to our next guest right now. I see, the thing is I don't want to do this for more than 20 minutes. I start to get really impatient and upset when we have to do this for 20 minutes. Chances are I'll probably just end the stream if we can't get a guest up in the next, like, 10, 15.
No,
How do you support Trump?
Don't do it. Yeah.
How old are you?
23.
What year were you born in?
2002.
All right, man. Well, I mean, I think that, you're in a very interesting position. I'm going to go to give the mic of the floor to you. I want you to tell us why you still support Trump as president, even though he's defending the murder of citizens on the streets of our country, even though he was just named by like 5 different women in the new release of the Epstein files that he's been fighting against defying Congress and breaking the law to prevent the release of, and about a billion other things that I'm sure we'll touch on. But, they've just really been flooding the zone with so much terrible atrocities. It's a bit hard just to have them all in one place in my mind to repeat to you. But the mic and the floor are yours. Why are you MAGA?
Well, it's not just about the bananas and rice, but like it's also about the bananas and the rice.
Okay, it's just a troll. Well, for everybody watching, I know that you came here to watch some conversations, and honestly, I mean, I think that this is just indicative of us winning. This actually is. It's a really good thing. The kid's just screaming the N-word. He's banned. It's a really good thing. That wasn't a good thing. So excluding that last thing, everything else has been a really good thing outside of that. That was terrible. Because what it proves is that literally no one supports Trump anymore. Okay, we've won, guys. Right now, there's 17.4 thousand people tuned into the TikTok live stream. Not one of them, okay, are a Trump supporter that wants to debate me. Not one. How crazy is that? That you have one anti-Trumper. Just me. It's just me, okay? This is my live stream. It's me, okay? I'm the one on the mic. I'm the one in front of the camera. You have one anti-Trumper, and then you have an audience of 18,000 people on TikTok, 3,000 people on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of you guys are anti-Trumpers as well. But then you don't have a single Trump supporter out of thousands that wants to debate me. I really do think that the American people are starting to wake up. Now, I just want us to do something with that. What can we do? Okay, so now that, the American people are all on the same page, we fucking despise the rapists in the Oval. What can we do with that? Because obviously there aren't any Trump supporters left. I mean, we're going to continue to look for them. This is, at the end of the day, Debate Live, so we'll try to do our best to achieve that goal of bringing conversations for y'all. But
Hello.
I don't know, dude. What's up, Grayson? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
As much as you want.
That is very obviously not an 18-year-old. I guess I'll go ahead and repeat the rules for the billionth time. Santana, feel free to bring them up. I guess I'm going to go ahead and repeat the rules for the billionth time. We are looking to talk to an American adult over the age of 18 that supports Trump as president. And we're really trying our best, but guess what? It's not working. All the Trump supporters are just hanging out in the comment section. They're not coming up here to debate me because they're scared. They know that they're wrong and they know I could beat them. We really are trying our best. You know, like we have multiple people on the job. Santana's watching the stream right now. He's trying his best to get people up here. Hello, Jim. Do you support Trump?
I'm going to touch you, Dean. I'm going to touch you.
Yeah, no, I get it. You want to engage in violence because I'm smarter than you, and you can't prove me wrong. Hi, Jack. Do you support Trump?
I support Nick Fuentes and the Jews rule the world.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest, folks. I actually think that it might just be time to like reconsider what I do. Like, folks, I might be out of a job. I think I think I've now just successfully made every single Trump supporter alive fucking terrified of me. They're all pissing their pants. I might have to find something new to do. I might be out of a job, guys. Finley, do you support Trump?
Yes.
They're saying that with a smile on your face. Now's a really bad time to troll Finley. Okay, it's been 24 minutes without a debate.
Oh.
Moving on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. I don't know what else there is I could say or do. We're probably going to end the stream if we go like 30 or 40 minutes without a debate. Like think about that. That's like close to a fourth of the live stream. Hi, Jay Davis. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are you trolling?
I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean Withers. This is a troll.
Just stop, dude. Just stop, man. Guys, we're 25 minutes into the stream. All right. We'll try our best, folks. The rules are on the screen, guys. They're like literally in front of your eyes, dude. My God. 24 minutes. Hi, do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, it's just another troll, dude. All right. We'll do like 5 more people. Then we'll probably just, I might just call it quits for today. How do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm German. Can I just say something?
No, you absolutely can't. We're like, I do not know how I could make this more clear. If you break the rules, I'm gonna ban you. Like, you're not fucking special, okay? And so far as if you have to follow the rules, you do. You're not fucking special. All right? Now, I'm sure that every single person watching this live is special in their own ways. But one way you're not special is special, like, what's the word? A special ability to avoid the rules of the live stream. Everyone has to, play by the rules. We're looking for people who are 18 plus American and MAGA. Nova, thank you for the galaxy. Dude, guys, I really think that we fucking won. Like, y'all, we have 21,000 people watching on TikTok right now.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Yeah, it's like a 14-year-old. Dude, go back to school, man. Okay. Make sure that you get at least a B on that math test, or your mom's gonna take your phone away. So, I think that we won. Like, guys, look at this. Look at this. nearly 22,000 viewers. There's not one person that wants to debate me. Oh my God. Listen to this. Trump is the worst president of your life. Okay? He is preying on the downfall of America. He's arresting journalists, free Don Lemon. He's circumventing and breaking the Constitution, tried to take birthright citizenship away from citizens. Okay? He's an evil, deplorable, sick, decrepit POS. He boasted about sexual exploitation. A court determined he raped a woman. He doesn't care about children, yet he says he's pro-life. I mean, he literally refused to fund food stamps, okay, for 16 million starving American children. And apparently, there's not one person out of the 22,000 watching right now on TikTok that could prove me wrong. Do you know how powerful that feels, just to know that the message is reaching so many people and no one can prove it wrong? That's a good feeling. And like I said, guys, we're gonna try our best to find somebody who thinks they could prove it wrong. We have the guest requests on TikTok. Anyone and everyone can join.
All hail Netanyahu.
And it's just a little British kid. There's not a single Trump supporter in here that can prove me wrong. Holy shit, dude. Okay, how about do we need to start like incentivizing the Trump supporters? You know, like holy shit, how do I get y'all to come out of your deep, dark, decrepit holes and just talk to me? Hi, do you support Trump, Connor?
Hello. Yes.
How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
Wait a sec. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Well, got me.
It's just another kid. Oh my god! We're at 30 minutes, dude. We're at 30 minutes of this. We're at 30 fucking minutes of this. For everybody watching, Trump is the worst president of your life. He doesn't fucking care about this country. Okay, if you're a part of the working class, he fucking hates you. He took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. He gave them the big middle finger. Then he took that money that would have funded their healthcare, close to $1 trillion. Yeah, bro, spam the N-word, because that's all you could fucking do. All you could do is expose your own hate. You can't come up here and give a counter argument against what I'm saying. That's why we're 30 minutes into the stream without a cogent rebuttal to a damn word that's left my mouth. Back to it. If you're part of the working class, he fucking hates you. He legitimately fucking hates you. He took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. His secret police, his Gestapo, is murdering people in the streets of this country, shooting them in the back. Then the Trump administration is trying to convince you that the American who was shot in the back is like this domestic terrorist assassin. Okay? That should be a red line for anybody, not to mention that he's literally called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. He wants his political opponents to die, and when they do die, he celebrates it, okay? Prove me wrong. This is a public stream. It is a platform where you, the average American, can have a voice to come up here and tell me why I'm wrong. Anyone and everybody has the ability to join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And guess what? Dude, I just saw somebody... It's another kid. It's another kid. I just saw one of those Trump supporters inside of that TikTok chat say that I'm next. Yeah, bro, you want to fucking kill me because I kill you intellectually. I kill the MAGA movement intellectually. I'm able to come on here every single day and expose why it's baseless, why it's completely incorrect, logically incoherent, okay? That's what I do. I change the minds of the masses. And you can't debate me because you know you'll lose. That's why we have 19,000 viewers in 30 minutes into the stream without a single Trump supporter coming up here and telling me otherwise. Do you support Trump, Matthew?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Purple Art, thank you for the galaxy. So first and foremost, I just have you a question, okay? Already today on TikTok, we have had over, let me look at the numbers here, 150,000 people come in and out of the stream, and as I'm speaking, we currently have 18.5 thousand people watching, and it's taken me 30 minutes to find one Trump supporter to come up here and debate. So how do you feel about the fact that your movement is dying? The majority is waking up. They realize Donald Trump for the sick, decrepit POS that is destroying this country, because it seems like you are the only one left.
I'm speechless, honestly. First off, I want to start talking about the Epstein files released today. And I just want you to kind of.
So you don't have any response to that whatsoever?
Oh, how no one came up today?
Yeah, why do you think it's the case that out of 150,000 people, you are the only Trump supporter who's willing to talk to me?
I think you got a lot of left followers.
Certainly, I do have a lot of left followers, but we've had 150,000 people in here. Let's just assume that 70% of the audience is on the left. That means that 30% of 150,000. That's still thousands and thousands of people that have come in here, recognize that they disagree with what I say, but are still yet too scared to talk to me. Why do you think that is the case?
I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, I'd argue it's because your movement's dying and you're defending the indefensible. So tell us, why do you defend Trump?
I really can't prove to you that Trump didn't do all those things, but you also can't prove that Trump did.
Okay, so if I could prove that Donald Trump did any of those things, right, engage in sexual violence towards women or girls, you no longer support him?
Yeah, probably actually. But
So it seems like our one debate, our singular debate with the one Trump supporter that was confident enough to join up here will like literally be less than 5 minutes long because it's already been proven. A civil court determined in 2023 that he raped E. Jean Carroll, and he exclaimed and admitted to sexually exploiting women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms in 2005.
do you have a source for that?
Yeah. The Howard Stern radio show. For the more frequent viewers of the program here, what we do, you've heard this about a billion times, but I mean, it just so happens to be exactly what we need to play to this guest to get him to change his mind. Maybe that's like another reason why we're 30 minutes in with only one Trump supporter. It's because they're scared of having their minds changed. Like, oh, hopefully, I'm now going to change the mind of this guest. So here's Donald Trump on Howard Stern's radio show, April 11th, 2005.
I could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Would you like to rejoin your MAGA friends in the comment section because you don't have a response just like them? Is this where you leave?
No, I don't really back down. But
So you told me that if I could prove to you that Trump is engaged in sexual violence, you no longer support him as president. I mean, we just heard him say that he'd abuse the fact that he was the owner of these pageants to walk backstage and look at the naked contestants. That is sexual violence.
that's pretty gross, gonna be honest.
Yeah, it is. It's incredibly gross. So, well, that's something you told us would be a red line of yours. So just to make it clear, you're no longer a Trump supporter and have successfully changed your mind?
I would say I'm still a Republican, so
Yeah, you could be an anti-Trump Republican.
okay.
Is that you?
I want to say I'm anti-Trump because I'm still going to support him in office and what he's doing right now.
Okay.
Maybe I don't support.
See, that's the big issue. Is because you told us that you wouldn't if I could prove that he did what I just proved he did.
Ooh.
So it's like why did you even say that in the first place? Why did you tell us that if I could prove that he's engaged in sexual violence
I don't
towards
think I
women
said
and girls?
that, but
You did. And if I could play the VOD back if you like. I asked you, would you still support him as president if I could prove that he's engaged in sexual violence directed towards women or girls? And your answer was no.
we could play it back.
Sure. Here, recognize that
In women. And so I
in times, but I mean, it just so happened into their dressing rooms in 2005. 70 literally.
That Trump didn't do all those things, but you also can't prove that Trump did.
Okay, so if I could prove that Donald Trump did any of those things, right, engaged in sexual violence towards women or girls, you no longer support him?
Yeah, probably actually. But
So it seems like our one debate, our
you're
singular
right, Dean.
debate.
You're right. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, yeah, let's continue. So you no longer support Trump as president?
Probably as a human. That's gross.
That's not a clear answer to the question.
Yeah, I don't support him as a human.
But you said that you no longer support him as president. But now you seem to be making a distinction between him and the presidency, but you didn't make this distinction when I asked you the question. Do you affirm that when I asked you if you would still support him as president, if I could prove that he's engaged in these actions, that you said no?
Well, I didn't think you could prove it.
Okay,
but-
so then you're telling us the only reason why you told us the reason why you would stop supporting Trump as president if he engaged in these actions is because you didn't think I could prove it. So are you basically just telling us that before you knew that Donald Trump had engaged in these very heinous actions, you recognized that it would be reasonable to stop supporting him if he were to, but after you learned they were things that he's actually done, you then reverted back to the cult-like behaviors that we see from you and every single Trump supporter that joins this live stream of completely ignoring the glaring red flags radiating off of every inch of his orange body. Okay, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you can recognize, hey, Purple Heart, I really appreciate you I really appreciate you for that gift. Thank you so much, Purple Heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Because it seems like you could logically recognize, okay, that it is unreasonable to support somebody as president that is engaged in sexual violence. And that's why you told us you'd stop supporting him if he did. But then after I proved to you that it's something he's done, you just took those rational faculties that led you to that reasonable conclusion that if he's done this, you should stop supporting him. And you just kind of outcast them and put them aside. Because when you are evaluating your support for Trump, I don't know why, it's not a logical thought process. It's an incredibly emotional one in disregard to reality.
Okay. Well,
am I wrong?
I don't think you're fully correct. No.
Okay, so then correct me. Why did you lie about that? Why did you lie? Why did you say that if he did this, you'd stop supporting him?
Well, I'm sorry. I should have clarified what I said on the forefront. And so, to start, I think Trump as a person is not the greatest human, and but I think what he's doing in office right now is a lot better than what Kamala would be doing right now.
Yeah,
so,
it's the person who is the president, okay? Their personal characteristics dictate what they do with the presidency. And what good is he doing from the Oval?
Well, he is lowering taxes. He is
He's lowering
making
taxes for who?
For all Americans.
No,
He got
according to the
taxed.
Center. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, okay, the purchasing power of the middle and low class are now going down following the Big Beautiful Bill being passed. In fact, it is being described as one of the largest wealth redistributions in modern American history, where he's taken away from the poor by making energy more expensive, by cutting their health care, cutting their food stamps, cutting their social safety nets, and then giving that to the rich. I mean, the average, remember, the top 1% is getting an additional 3% back per year because of the Big Beautiful Bill.
Oh my gosh.
I appreciate you, Purple Heart. Thank you so much for the love. Go ahead.
Do you think who made this stat?
I told you, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
Are they a government or is it like a journalist thing?
It's a
I
think
don't know.
tank.
Okay. And then, so how did the Big Beautiful Bill make prices go down or prices go up in your?
By defunding Medicaid. So now 10 million people no longer have access to health insurance by Medicaid, so they have to cover the cost for that out of their own pocket. It makes prices go up by having them pay more. Okay. By allowing an ACA subsidy to expire, that has now led to the premiums for 45 million Americans reliant on Medicaid through the Affordable Care Act. Now they're going up by over 300%. They're like, many people are literally going from paying $500 a month to $3,000 per month. Okay, by defunding clean energy subsidies and credits issued under the Biden-Harris administration, which is reducing the production of clean energy in this country by upwards of 72%, which according to the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, that's actually ran by Republicans, it's pretty partisan, is now going to increase the cost of energy for the average American household by around $500 per year.
Okay, and then on the Medicare front, who's getting defunded?
Who's completely losing it? Okay, but who's getting defunded? The 45 million working class Americans on it through the ACA. Who's completely losing it? Low-income Americans that either can't afford it because it costs more, or low-income Americans that are able to work but aren't working.
Who are able to work and not working. So do you know how many of the million people are just people that aren't working and are totally capable?
Millions.
So why can't they go get
totally
a job?
Totally capable isn't true. It would be able-bodied in accordance with the Social Security's criterion.
And what's that criteria? What's that leaving out?
It would take me years to go through. It'd take me a while to go through it. Just able-bodied. I'm fine with using that phrase, able-bodied in accordance with the Social Security Administration.
So correct me if I'm wrong. If you're able-bodied, shouldn't you be able to go get a job
Yeah.
to where
So
you can have
I'm fine.
you can have healthcare.
I'm fine with stating, okay, that if you are an American adult that is able to work, okay, you should be working, and we should ensure that you are working under like good conditions. And I'm also fine with like good government policy to incentivize said employment. But I don't think that we should incentivize employment, okay, by denying them access to essential social safety nets. Okay, I think that denying low-income Americans that aren't working that could work access to Medicaid is like denying low-income Americans that aren't working that are able to work access to like local police forces.
That's an interesting thought, but
what's the difference? I mean, what's the difference between Medicaid functioning as an essential social safety net that is for the betterment of society, extends the life expectancies of low-income Americans by many years, saves lives, okay, and the function of like police. Like, what's the relevant difference? Why do you think that low-income Americans who aren't working that are able to work should be able to access local police forces, but they shouldn't be able to access Medicaid?
Maybe they shouldn't be able to access. Like, if you're not paying or if like you're getting your tax money back and you're not even working, and you're not even really paying taxes because you're not working, well, why are you getting funding?
Oh, so you think if you're able to work and you're not working, you shouldn't be able to like call the police, you shouldn't be able to drive on public roadways, you shouldn't be able to do any of that. Purple Heart, thank you so much again. I appreciate you. Is that your position?
I mean, I don't think we need to go to that extent because it's one's like, how many times are you calling the cops a year?
So you're not willing to deny low-income Americans that are able to work but aren't working access to some social safety net. So why do you think they should be denied access to Medicaid?
Because that's costing millions on millions. I'd say billions of dollars a year.
Okay, and local police forces cost $70 billion per year around America. Actually, no, $150 billion as of 2025.
Is that government funding or is that state funding?
State funding is government funding, my friend. And it's a combination of local, state, and federal funding.
Okay. And so, but I'm not too sure how police funding works, but again, like, do you not?
This is,
like,
by the way, just for everybody watching, this is the average Trump supporter. I just want to make that clear. This is the average fucking Trump supporter.
Can you tell me what I'm doing that you think is wrong in a sense?
You're just super low info. Right? Like you're holding to these like insane radical beliefs while being like incredibly low info. Incredibly low info.
Can you inform me then?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Let's
That's
hear
what I've
it.
been doing this whole time.
So, you think someone that doesn't work and doesn't deserve healthcare at all?
I think that they do deserve access to essential social safety nets. I've already given you an argument for that, and your response is, well, I don't know. Okay,
essential
right?
social safety nets. I don't think.
Can we agree? Can we agree that low-income Americans should be able to access essential social safety nets, even if they are not working?
We'd have to define essential, but yes, I do.
Okay, essential would be necessary. Do you think, okay, that access to cops is essential?
I agree. Yes.
Why?
Because they are something you can. That they're there for you.
Oh my God! Would you? Oh my God! Can you? Oh my God! Can you agree? Oh my dude, Jesus! Can you agree that they'd be essential because they save lives?
Yes, I agree.
So if a social safety net saves lives, then it's essential.
I see where you're going with this.
Is that your argument?
I think cops.
One second. Is that your argument? If a social safety net saves lives, then it's essential. Is that your position?
No.
Okay. Well, so then why are cops essential?
Because if a cop's not if you get called to a scene, like you're already on
this
the job.
close.
They're
Just like
already
this guy is
paying you.
really stupid. Why are cops essential?
because they're a thing that's like we're already paying.
Okay, so if we're already paying for the system, then the system is a social, is essential. Is that your argument?
I think if we're already paying for it, yeah, sure, you can.
I just want to know, is that your argument? A social safety net is essential if we are already paying for it.
I'll tell you what I think right now, but you cut me off.
It's just yes or no. Is that your position? I'm sorry, I'm losing patience. Is that your position or not? Are you arguing that a social safety net is essential if we are already paying for it? Yes or no?
I'm gonna say no.
So then what makes a social safety net essential? Why are the cops essential? In like 4 sentences or less. I think why are the cops essential?
If everyone else is already paying for it.
You just said this. Okay, I'm putting you out of your misery. Good day. We're going to move on to the next guest. I'm sorry, folks. Your IQ needs to be above like 25 in order to join the live. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm sorry. My patience ran out. Hey, Linda, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Linda, that is incredibly kind of you.
Hello, Dean.
What's up, man? Give me a moment here. Let's get 500 Linda W's down below, who says, with a $50, longtime YouTube pod listener, first-time donor. Thank you, Dean. You have been able to help me put into words what I think and believe when talking to MAGA. Linda, that is one of the main reasons why I do what I do. I'm so happy to hear that the streams have been able to help you out. And thank you so much for your love and support. Show some love to Linda down below. Also show some love to Carolyn down below for the $30 donation on PayPal. It says, after the release of the files today, I wasn't sure that I could handle the debates today. Yeah, Carolyn, things just keep on getting crazier and crazier. I appreciate you for being here, and I appreciate you for the $30. Let's get 300 Caroline W. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the 5. Over on Venmo, Kalista, thank you so much for the $5, who says thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. And then Kira, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Then Ed, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo, who says thank you so much for sticking with this job. You're the man, Matt. Man, dude, you're the man, Ed. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Ed down below. Same thing with Tom. Thank you for the $30. Thank you so much, man. Who says, here's an idea. Set up a TV in New York Union Square with a mic and a chair, inviting tourists to debate about why they support Trump. Dude, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. I don't think that we'd find too many good Trump supporters, though. I feel like we'd have a lot of trolls, especially IRL. But thank you for the good idea and the $30, Tom. Let's get 300 Tom W's and 100 Haley W's for the $10, who says, I've been a daily watcher for almost 2 months now, and I'm so glad I found your stream. Well, I'm happy you found the stream, Haley, and I'm happy to hear that it sounds like you're enjoying it. And then one big one here. Holy shit, Vivian! Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Vivian. Vivian with a $50 says, please stay on. Fuck these MAGA idiots, Vivian. You already know it. I'm going to be on for 4 hours, but I mean, oh my God, they are really stupid today, as always, right? I'm trying to see 500 Vivian W's in that TikTok chat and that YouTube chat. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. And then Molly, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. He says, hey, Dean, my birthday is tomorrow. Could you wish me happy birthday? Molly, happy early birthday. Listen, come back in tomorrow, and I'm going to make sure to have the whole chat, wish you a very, very happy birthday the day of. Thank you so much for the $20. Then Ivy, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, who says, I'm a second grade teacher, second grade teacher, question mark. Don't you think that they're at a lower grade than that? I'd say preschool. I might have to agree with you. Thank you so much for the $15, Ivy, as well as Tyler. Thank you so much for the $15 as well. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Tyler. Show some love to Haley. Dude, show some love to all the donors. It looks like we're all caught up over there for the moment. I'd also like to quickly thank Fassi for the $10 over on Venmo, and then Kira and Kalista, thank you for the 5. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $20. Dan, that is DAN, appreciate you so much. Dan didn't attach any message, just sent the love. I appreciate you so much, man. And then Forgotten Studios, thank you for the $10, who says, yippee, another Dean stream. Welcome in. I appreciate you for the $10. And it looks like we are all caught up, everybody. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, and you want to support what we do, you can actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen and in the pinned message over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all for the love. And Tyler, appreciate you so much for that very kind TikTok gif. All right, dude, I appreciate you for your patience. Manager, do you support Trump?
Actually, no, bro. I only wanted to say
I'm so sorry that you had to wait up here just to be kicked, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. But as I've continued to repeat, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. We got the next guest, Jason Duval, loading up in. All right, next guest is joining. Here we go, everyone. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
All All right, man.
July.
Real quick, I want to thank one person, Mr. John. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo, who says, are you still taking donations for the whiteboard fund? Dude, I completely forgot about the whiteboard fund. We still need to get a goddamn whiteboard. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, John. Please show some love to John down below in that comment section for the $20. Huge shout out to you. Then Emily, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love. Good to see you today, and thank you so much for the support, Emily. And then one last one here over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $15. Monica, who says, please bring me up for a conversation regarding able-bodied adults. I've worked in mental health for 12 years, and their idea of able-bodied is skewed. Oh, yes. It is very archaic. It is very skewed. You know, that's why I was saying, like, able-bodied index to what the Social Security Administration says instead of index to what I think, okay? Because what they say is very different from what I think. Thank you guys so much for the love. The mic and the floor are yours, Jason. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president after defending murder, after, you know, defying Congress and breaking the law, and now after being named over 5 times in the new release of the Epstein files.
So first of all, majority of the people were spamming fuck ICE, right? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but
true,
so
fuck ICE. Purple Heart, thank you so much, dude, for that Sunset Speedway. Thank you. Go ahead.
Talking about the ICE murders, and that is the reason why you and a lot of, you know, Democrats hate ICE currently.
Yes.
First of all, do you know what state majority of ICE takedowns and raids take place?
In what state majority of them take place?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that a majority of their raids took place in one state.
Yeah, most. The state with the most raids and ICE, you know, takedowns, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. You tell me.
Texas.
Okay.
Do you want to also know what state has 0 murders on immigrants or American citizens?
0 murders? There's not a state in America that has 0
ICE.
murders.
From ICE.
I would assume that you're going to say Texas. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
It is. You can look it up right now.
No, I don't know about it.
Look it up.
I've heard about a lot of a lot of people dying in the Texas detention centers. And you know, actually speaking about Texas detention centers, one moment. Actually speaking about Texas detention centers, we have 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who's currently being detained in one of them with his father, even though his father is not an undocumented immigrant. And today, 5-year-old Liam Ramos is refusing to eat, is vomiting, is throwing up with a fever, and is very, very sick because of the very terrible conditions. We also have Campos. Now, Campos is like a complete piece of shit. Like, I don't really care that he's dead. He was convicted of raping a child, but he was murdered inside of an ICE detention center in Texas. Then something else that I want to bring up here. I don't really think the location where a murder takes place, okay, would determine if that murder is like right or wrong. And I think that your argument is attempting to suggest that, well, because these murders are taking place in democratic states, that somehow we should care less that agents of the states are literally executing citizens in broad daylight.
That is not what I'm suggesting. What I'm saying is that you are saying that ICE is murdering people for no reason or whatever you believe.
Yes, I absolutely am.
Okay, exactly. The only place where all of these murders are happening are in states with extreme protests. The first one...
Yes, and protesting is not a reason for an agent of the state to murder someone, my friend.
And
you really thought you did something there.
And protesting is not a reason to hit an ICE agent with your car. Or
I'm so sorry. I don't think that Alex Preddy hit anybody with his car. Neither did Renee Good. What did Alex Preddy do?
On video.
We'll talk about Renee Good next, because that's a little bit more of a longer conversation where I really have to fight against your cognitive dissonance. It's a little bit more clean cut and clear and dry with Alex.
There comes the disrespect.
Was Alex Preddy murdered?
Who?
Alex Preddy.
The man that was shot in the back.
Yes.
I believe that that certain agent, based on from what I've seen and what I know, which is barely anything, I've been up to different stuff. It was bad because he was already mostly detained and on the ground, and it was on the back. But still, he was assaulting law enforcement and not protesting peacefully whatsoever. On top of that, but I'm pretty sure the gun accidentally went off. So automatically, if someone is attacking law enforcement in front of you, they have a gun and you know this, or at least I'm pretty sure they did, and you hear a gunshot, you're going to assume the worst. And as you can see, the other agents and other people detaining him in that moment backed up and did not like the situation and did not like that a certain agent for doing that in the first place. He was the only one right there in that moment in the wrong. So calling the entire group of ICE bad because one agent is a fuck up doesn't make any sense. That's like calling all police negative because police brutality exists. That's not how it works. That's like calling all race bad because of some brutality that happens within that race.
Yeah.
That is stupid. Downright stupid.
Okay, so you agree that Alex Preddy was murdered. You just think it's stupid and unfair for me to then reflect that on ICE as a whole.
Mostly, yes.
Okay. Well, the reason why I disagree with you, and I think it's just to reflect this on the Trump administration and ICE as a whole, is because Alex Preddy's murderers still have their jobs. Okay? The response of the Trump administration wasn't to condemn the bad actors and issue warrants for their arrests to then be put on trial for the murder of Alex Preddy. The response of the Trump administration was rather, oh, guess what? He was a trained assassin there to do maximum damage, and quite frankly, he was a domestic terrorist, and the person who took him out was a goddamn patriot who we need to stand by. There's absolutely zero accountability for the murderers of Alex Preddy. Okay, the murderers of Renee Good, the murderers of Keith Porter, the murderers of the 7 people who have been killed by ICE so far in this year, just this month, just January. And on top of that, it's not like these murders are an isolated incident, okay, of violence being driven at behest of ICE agents, okay? Like I said, Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy who's being detained with his father in that detention center down in Texas, even though his father is not an undocumented immigrant, there's another instance of violence. Or what about the violence that just happens to be taking place at that same detention center? I mean, the family attorney for the Ramos family spoke out and said, okay, that he actually represents many of the detainees there. They're being fed meals with bugs in them. The guards and ICE agents are verbally and physically aggressive and violent towards them. And then on top of that, we see the Trump administration illegally deporting people with no due process in violation of their constitutional rights to CICOT in El Salvador, where they're being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. until they fall out of exhaustion. Then they're beat by the guards. We're seeing clips pop up from agents all across this country saying, oh, you're filming me? Guess what? Now we have you on a database and you're a domestic terrorist. That's just how things are now. We see other videos of ICE agents slipping on ice and then getting up and then tackling the nearest citizen to the ground. Okay, we've continued to hear stories about the Trump administration deporting Venezuelan immigrants with no due process, okay, to that same place down in CICOT, then defending it by saying that they get to do whatever they want. They don't really care about those rights. And this is why it's not just an issue of one isolated instance here or there, but it's rather this praxis of this systemic influence of violence directed towards immigrants and citizens, driven by the wheel at the Trump administration, then executed by ICE agents across this country who are either directly engaging in the violence by perpetuating it themselves or indirectly engaging in the violence by still serving to the whim of the Trump administration and being complicit in their male and female counterparts who are working within the same organization, killing people in broad daylight.
Okay, so
this is like saying not every Nazi killed a Jewish person, therefore not all Nazis are bad.
You realize that first of all, okay, with the Nazis, it's the exact opposite of what's happening with ICE.
I'm just giving you an example to show the absurdity of your position. I understand that like Nazis are not literally identical to ICE. I think that there's a lot of similarities. Okay, but all that I'm saying is that they were operating under a system of oppression that they were all either actively engaging in and perpetuating by killing Jewish people, or were completely complicit in those actions by standing by and doing nothing, or ideologically agreeing with the oppression.
I wasn't suggesting that you think they're the exact same. What I was going to say is that with the Nazis, it was majority that were doing horrible stuff. While with ICE, as you literally just now talked about, and I listened about for multiple minutes or however long it was, you stated with your own words, right? It is not majority of ICE agents that are directly doing this. It is ICE isolated.
Well, maybe I should clarify. I think it's every single ICE agent, because I think that mass deportation is wrong. I think that mass deportation is bad. I think that mass deportation is anti-American.
Do you actually, never mind. You probably don't support Obama simply because of this, but you do realize that under Biden, there was a lot of deportations, though not enough. And under Obama, there was way more than under Trump. And he had mass deportations, constantly defended it. So did Biden, and so did Kamala until very recently. And on top of that, but there's literal photos and literal facts that even Obama admitted multiple times about keeping kids in literal cages. On top of that, but you talked about the living standards inside of the detention centers before these people get deported. All of these people, right? Or not all of them, but majority of them, from my understanding and from my knowing, all are deported very quickly. like you just said, with no due process. The entire point was, would you rather have them get due process but stay in these bad living conditions, even if it was under someone else such as Biden or another Democrat? The living conditions are still going to be bad. Are jails living conditions as good as outside life? No, it is not, because they are criminals, right? So would you rather have these people, that are going to
Can you repeat that last statement?
What?
You said that they shouldn't be like outside because they're criminals. Can you repeat that?
No, that's not what I said. I said
that's
that
why I'm asking you to repeat it.
Jails don't have as good as living standards, food, comfortability, anything as outside of the prisons, because it is to hold criminals, people who broke the law.
Okay, so then why is the White House so fucking nice? Like if you think that criminals should just live in like such subpar conditions, and why are you giving Trump access to a $300 million ballroom, considering the fact that he was found guilty of 34 felonies and held civilly liable for raping a woman? And listen, about the parallels to Biden and Obama, like I told you, I disagree with mass deportation. If there's an undocumented immigrant, okay, that doesn't have any prior like criminal convictions, any violent criminal convictions, pretty insidious non-violent ones, okay, I don't think that they should be deported. And there were plenty of deportations that took place under Obama, under Biden, where they were deporting people of that kind that I disagree with. Okay, I think that if you are an undocumented immigrant that has not committed any like violent offenses or pretty insidious non-violent offenses, you should be able to stay here. You should be given a pathway to amnesty or citizenship. But the massive differences between the deportations under Obama, Biden, and Trump have to boil down to who they're focusing on. Okay, Democrats in the past have historically focused on those with violent criminal convictions. Today, under Trump, only 5% of deportations are of those with violent criminal convictions. B, of the lawlessness. I never saw Obama or Biden sit from a podium in the Oval Office and say, you know what, fuck you and your constitutional rights. Let's just ship you over the border illegally so then you could be beaten and tortured and sea caught. And then C, like the defense of murder. Okay, like we agreed earlier, okay, that yes, Alex Pretty was murdered. So then why are you still supporting the Trump administration, considering the fact that they're defending what happened to Alex Pretty? Like that should be a red line for anybody. On one hand, if the president of this country is willing to defend your fucking murder, maybe on the other hand, he's not willing to fight for your betterment. And that's why Donald Trump is destroying this country, not just through his immigration policy, but also through his economic reform, taking from the working class, through his social reform, taking human rights away from women and girls, which has now led to 60 women and girls that were raped and then impregnated being denied access to abortion every 24 hours. Or many of his many of the facts of his character, ranging from the raping E. Jean Carroll to being best friends with Epstein to sexually exploiting women and girls at his pageants. You know what I mean? And then just one last point here, because I really want to hone in on the last thing you said and the first thing I responded to. If you think that criminals deserve suboptimal conditions, then why did you put an adjudicated fraudster, an adjudicated rapist, an adjudicated felon in the Oval Office to have the best conditions available to just about any American today?
First of all, I didn't directly do that. Mind you, nearly half, if not more than half, of voters supported him, right? That is why he won the election.
I forgot that if a lot of people agree with you, then you're right. Yeah, I forgot.
Right? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you suggested that I solely put him in office. No, swing states voted for him. Red states voted for him. Large portions of blue states voted for him. He won the election fair and square. Secondly, right?
Oh yeah, so if he wins the election, then everything that he does that's wrong is actually really good.
That's not what I never said that. Don't
wait. So then what point are you trying to achieve here? Because all that I hear from you is a shifting of culpability and blame for your own illogical beliefs onto those around you, as if you're not the only dumbass. Sir, okay, I concede. You're right. You're not the only dumbass, but that's what we're here to attempt to fix, and that's why I do these live streams every day to speak to an audience of thousands.
But you just now tried to make a point that I did not make.
What point did I make that you did not make?
And showing disrespect, blatantly. Have I showed you any disrespect?
I think that you've showed this country disrespect, yes.
How's that?
Yeah, by sitting here and saying, well, I don't care my president defends murder, he should still be serving from the Oval Office. I'd say that's pretty damn disrespectful to the country.
Is it my party and my side that is burning the American flag and calling America horrible? Is it my party doing that?
It is absolutely your side that is metaphorically burning the flag and preying on the downfall of this country. But not literally. What do you think is worse? Literally burning the flag, okay, or literally infringing on the Constitution as the most powerful man alive?
Which one's worse? Which one's
Can
worse?
you answer my question? No. Answer my question. What do you think is worse? Like enacting upon your First Amendment right to freedom of symbolic speech and burning the flag, okay, in protest of the regime in which we have governing over this country, or using the position of the presidency to attempt to consolidate power to yourself in the circumvention of the Constitution, SCOTUS, and Congress, to then attempt to illegally amend it, okay, bringing about a new type of authoritarian, near dictatorial rule. Which one is worse?
the other one, but that is not happening, and there is literally no proof at all, no 100% proven, undeniable evidence that
Yes, there is.
that is happening. Okay, let me see.
Executive Order number 14160.
Read it out. Read the whole executive order out.
Executive Order number 14160 was an illegal, unconstitutional executive order that Trump set forth intentionally and belligerently to attempt to attack the constitutional rights in which people inside of this country have by attempting to strip citizens away from their citizenship on the basis that they were born to parents who are undocumented immigrants. The children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have had birthright citizenship in this country since 1868 with the ratification of the 14th Amendment. And now Donald Trump is attempting to change that, not by pursuing, the proper legal channels by trying to achieve a new amendment through Congress, but rather by circumventing Congress, circumventing SCOTUS's ability to reinterpret the Constitution, and circumventing the Constitution in of itself by passing an illegal executive order to attempt to just take this right away from people. That is absolutely anti-American. That is absolutely an attack on our Constitution. And if you care about patriotism, let's kill people that burn the flag, well, then you probably shouldn't support a president that is intentionally and belligerently attacking the Constitution.
I never said we should kill people that do that. I don't even hate people
we should
that
kill
do that.
people that protest. Sorry, I got mixed up.
Nope, don't say that. I never said that either. Protesting is
Well,
literally
you don't seem to take much of an issue with Trump defending.
No.
You don't seem to take much of an issue with Trump defending the murder of Alex Preddy. I'll admit though that was a little bit hyperbolic on my part. I'll try to keep the hyperbole to a minimum. Now, if you could please respond to my description on how Donald Trump attacked the Constitution, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, so first of all, the claim that children were born to undocumented parents currently have the U.S. citizenship. Yes, under the 14th Amendment, the U.S. Constitution, anyone born in the United States is subject to its jurisdiction as a U.S. citizen, regardless of their parents' citizen status or longstanding interpretation of the amendment, including the United States v. Wong Kim Ark. In 1898, the children of non-citizen parents born in the U.S. soil are citizens. But the claim that Trump is trying to strip citizens from those children by executive order rather than through proper constitutional process is essentially incorrect. Right here, right? I literally quoted exactly what you said, and right here, mind you, on Google is telling me what you said is incorrect because I wanted to fact check it. Huh?
Why is it incorrect?
What you said. Did you not just hear me quote exactly what you said?
No, I heard you reading off of Google. You said exactly what you said, Dean, is incorrect. But my question is, why is it incorrect?
Your quote. That's what I'm going to read out. Give me a second. The Trump administration has issued an executive order, EO 14160, attempting to end automatic birthright citizenship for children born in the U.S. If their parents are undocumented or temporarily present, but with given proof will be allowed citizenship. They have to prove that they've been here for a certain length because I guess, right, some illegals would come over here purposely to give birth to a child in the U.S., right, just so they could have the benefits of being a U.S. citizen.
I mean,
right? So
I'd like to
you suggest
real quick. What you're saying is wrong, but it's
it's
not relevant to why the EO was unconstitutional.
Yeah, you said that they're trying to rip away the citizenship. No, they're not doing that. What they're trying to do is make sure that you can prove that they've lived here for long enough, or at one point
that's not true.
At least it literally says it right here on Google. Google.
Well, then whatever you're reading is incorrect. Is it the AI summary?
Oh, so. No, it's just I literally looked up straight up Google.
So then whatever your sources is wrong. I mean, but it's not too relevant to why it's unconstitutional.
Search engine is the source. What are you saying?
A, search engines are not sources, and B, whatever you're reading off of is wrong.
They bring up sources. Okay. I hope you realize that.
Okay, well, your source is incorrect, and all that you need to know to understand why your source is incorrect is to read
prove it's incorrect.
Yes, you could read the executive order,
That's what I just did. Google provided that. I just read it out to you.
You did not read the executive order. You read an opinion piece on the executive order.
No, literally. Okay, I can look up right here with the exact date.
Okay, listen, I'm literally going to read the executive order. Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to citizenship, okay, is when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or 2, when that person's mother presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was unlawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under a visa or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a United States citizen. So literally what I just read to you proved you wrong.
It's exactly what I said.
And why did it prove you wrong? Well, you attempted to suggest that in accordance with this executive order, even if you were an undocumented immigrant but had been in this country for a long time, if you had children, they would be eligible for citizenship. Okay, but that's not the case because clearly predicated on the 4th paragraph of the executive order that I just read to you and everybody watching, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the country. If you are an undocumented immigrant or even in here on a visa and you have children here, then they do not have citizenship. So I'm happy that I could clarify that you were wrong.
What if you go back and as you just read out, talking about the visa or temporary, right, is literally what I said, just a shortened version. You gave the exact quote. I gave a summary of it.
No,
you said what I said is wrong just for you to double down on what I said.
That is not true. What you said is that if you are an undocumented immigrant, but you have been here for a long time, then if you have children...
That's not exactly what I said. That is not a quote of what I said. What I said is that if you were able to prove that at least one point in time you were documented here, therefore you were coming here not just to give birth to a child for them to have the benefits, then it's, allowed to be a citizen, I guess you can call it. Right? On top of that, right, you are suggesting that...
Wait, where does it say that in the executive order?
You literally just worded out right there. You literally said, and I quote, what I've been saying. I just said a summary slightly.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna reread that paragraph from the EO. I want you to interrupt me and cut me off when you think the EO says that if you were one time in the past a legal immigrant, that if you have children, they are citizens. Okay. Cut me off when it says that.
Wait, give me a second.
Among the categories of individuals born into the United States that are not subject to citizenship is 1, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or 2, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth.
Stop real quick, right?
So where in there does it
right
it say
here,
if you were lawful in the past?
Let me speak because I think you're wording it incorrectly or something.
But
right here it says
reading the executive order.
I'm about to read it and I'm going to explain. It's right here. I have right here. Wait, don't kick me, please. Right here it says what the executive order actually says. President Trump's executive order, which we already know it, 14160, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship, attempts to change how birthright citizenship works in the states. Children born in the United States after February 19, 2025 would not automatically be received as a U.S. citizens at birth. If their mother was unlawfully present in the United States when they were born, and their father was not a U.S. citizen, or permanent resident at the time of birth, or their mother in the U.S. lawfully but temporarily. Right here, In other words, it is not completely removing the citizenship of the children of illegal immigrants born in the United States, but it does not give them automatic citizenship. The citizenship has to be proven right. It has to be, what's the word for it?
He's just saying words.
Justified. I'm literally reading right here what it says. On top of that, how did we go from ICE
He's literally just saying words.
No. I'm literally reading off of Google right now the quote of the executive order and then a breakdown of it.
Yes, the quote that you read from the executive order was accurate. The breakdown that you read of the quote from the executive order was inaccurate. Let's now try to... Because you said that it doesn't automatically take citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants.
The executive order, your claim, the executive order changes the Constitution or passes it. It does not do either. Right here,
would you like to know how it violates it?
How? I already read out what
the executive order violates. One moment. The executive order violates the Constitution, particularly the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, because the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship to everyone born in this country that is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, including the children born to parents that are undocumented immigrants. The executive order says that if your parents are undocumented immigrants, then you do not have citizenship. The Constitution says if your parents are undocumented immigrants, you do have citizenship, as long as you're born here. Jack, can I make that any more clear?
First of all, right, like I said, what was your original claim? The very start, before you gave me the breakdown and we started debating about this, what was your claim? That
this executive order
breaks
is unconstitutional.
Yes. Okay, right? Do you know where you got that from?
Yes, I do.
The judges considering it unconstitutional and blocking it. Okay?
Not just them.
Wait. It has not and will not go into effect. And consider calling
because
it
it's unconstitutional.
Wait. Yeah, but what I'm saying,
so you concede.
No, what I'm saying is that
but
it
you
has
just
been
said that it's
blocked
unconstitutional, and that was my original claim that you were contesting.
Juries and judges consider it unconstitutional and has been blocked.
It's just a ruling that judges make, no jury.
What I'm trying to get at, right, which is kind of off topic, but Democrats consider Trump authoritarian, maybe a little bit, but no. And on top of that, you also call him a dictator, but yet
don't pivot. No. Don't pivot. Okay, because I want you to strictly concede. Okay? I want you to concede that you were misrepresenting this executive order because you made a suggestion, okay, that if your parents are undocumented immigrants, it doesn't automatically take away your citizenship. But we just read the executive order where it clearly says you are not subject to citizenship if your parents are undocumented immigrants. So I want you to concede on that claim. Okay, I also want you to concede on the second claim because I was arguing that this executive order was unconstitutional. You argued otherwise, and then you agreed that it was unconstitutional. So I would like you to concede and agree that you were wrong about your interpretation of the substance of the executive order, and you were wrong about your claim that this executive order is not unconstitutional.
First of all, right, I did not say that it automatically removes or does not automatically remove. What I said,
you did. You said that they have to prove something in order to get it. That is a quote from you.
No, what I exactly said, and I quote, is it does not automatically grant citizenship. It has to be proven. You said, which is a wordplay.
What has to be proven?
I just said it multiple times. What do you mean?
Yeah, repeat it.
How are you confused?
I'm so confused. What has to be proven? I'm legitimately so fucking confused. What has to be proven?
You have to prove the parent of the child has to prove that they either one came there for another reason than just to give birth to the child for them that benefits.
Where does it say that in the EO? No. I want you to point me towards where it says that.
And a breakdown.
No, you didn't. No.
It doesn't directly say it, but it's a breakdown of what it means.
What you read off, okay, was the second paragraph of the executive order that just literally says if your parents are undocumented immigrants, then you don't have citizenship. Where does it say inside of the executive order, okay, that you are still subject to citizenship if your parents came here for some other reason than to give birth, but they're still undocumented immigrants?
So you're saying, and it says, and I quote, right, that it says automatically anyone born from a undocumented citizen or immigrant automatically doesn't get citizenship. Yes. You're saying it says that, and I quote.
Yes.
Okay, let me look it up. I want to make sure, because if you're right, I will admit it.
I've literally read you the paragraph that says that 4 times. Dude, listen. It is the third paragraph. It says, among the categories of individuals born in the United States that do not have the privilege of citizenship extended to would be when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the said time of person's birth.
Yeah, I will admit, I did not know it said that, and I quote, so I will admit I am wrong about my interpretation of the executive order, okay?
You are.
And I will admit, right, I shouldn't have spoke before fully understanding the executive order. That's why I don't understand how these people in the comments are insulting me for looking it up. I want to make sure what I'm saying is not incorrect. That is not a bad thing just because I want to fact check myself.
No.
Second,
It's a good thing
right?
to look things up, but it's a bad thing to like, you know, just like basically believe a Google AI overview, especially when you have somebody in your ear, right, quoting the actual executive order to like dispute it, you know?
Well, what I'm saying is that how do I know you're not wording it differently? Same as this breakdown words it differently to try to understand it. How do I know that you're not saying it differently?
Because we know that you have a computer in front of you. We know that you could go on that computer, type it. Then what were you reading Google off of?
My other phone.
So we know that you have a phone in front of you. Okay.
Yes.
And you could go on Google. You could type in
and I didn't
executive
find that
order
quote
14160.
paragraph.
You could go and read the third paragraph, and then you could see that I'm telling you the truth.
What I'm saying. Sorry, I got a call. My bad. What I'm saying is that I read, as you even said, a different paragraph. You read a different one that said something.
You read somebody's false breakdown of what the executive order says.
So you're suggesting, wait, let me see what I lost it. What sources? I'm trying to go back. It says the sources right here. CBS News, New York City something, New York City again, CBS News again, CNN and Fox News are the sources for the breakdown. You're right. And the
so once again, you're just saying what sources Google AI is applying to the breakdown.
No,
now,
where they're getting the information, the information sources.
I wouldn't trust the Google AI breakdown and the sources that it gives you. Okay, but even if yes, they were reporting that they'd be wrong, but they're not. Like you wouldn't be able to give me like a specific CNN article, a specific CBS article, or a specific Fox News article that says that this executive order only applies to undocumented immigrants that came here for the purpose of giving birth. I'll bet you what?
Sorry,
$1,000 on it? Dude, somebody on YouTube says, dude, can we at least get someone that thinks beyond Google AI? I know. Like, bro, he's just like literally saying Google AI is God. Google AI disagrees.
That is not what I'm saying. Like I just quoted, they literally got the information from CBS
give us
News.
And I believe that AI was wrong about what the sources said. Give me the CBS News article that says that this executive order only applies to undocumented immigrants who came here for the reason of wanting to give birth.
Give me a second.
Like the AI order overview is just simply going to be wrong about what CBS said.
Do you? Oh, never mind. I'm reading CBS News right now.
Yeah, and you're going to read CBS News, and what you're going to come to realize here in about 20 seconds is that nowhere within this article does CBS News say that this executive order only applies to undocumented immigrants that come here for the intention of reproduction. Do you see how I'm right?
Give me a second. I'm still getting to it. This is long, man. Mm-hmm.
Dear God. Yeah, while you're looking at that, I'm going to thank a couple people here. First and foremost, Brittany, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I'm going to dive, he says, and I quote again. No, dude, he's just quoting. As well as Jacob, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube. Let's get 200 Jacob W's. Thank you so much for the love. Jacob says, joining late, but has anyone defended Trump after the release of more of the files? That is absolutely disgusting. If so, love you, Dean. Love you too, Jacob, and they have no red line. So, of course, we've still seen people defending him. Thank you so much for the $20, Jacob. Let's get 200 Jacob W's down below. And we got a big one here. Yo, Camp, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Holy fuck, Camp. Camp with the $100 from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for the love. That is an insane amount of money. Camp says, one moment. I don't know how you do it, Dean. I feel my brain turn to mush after listening to just 5 seconds of their ramblings. Your resolve is something to be admired. Well, first and foremost, Camp, I'm really struggling to do with this guest. There's something about like the way that he's talking and what he's saying, and maybe like the volume, because he's kind of yelling, that like is really like making me like short-tempered. But But thank you so much for the $100 scamp. That is so fucking kind of you. Seriously. You've been watching for eons now. Just know that I love and appreciate you. So does the community. Let's get 1,000 camp W's. Then, Jay, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, says Dean. Rip Shelby. You've had one hell of a week, man. Well, thank you so much for the love, Jay. I certainly have. Hey, Elena, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Yo, let's fucking go, dude. That is ELENA. Show some love to Elena down below. Elena with the 50 says, fuck ice. Could not agree with you more, Elena. Fuck ice. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Elena W's. Then Cindy, thank you for the $10. Who says thank you? Well, thank you. Delian and Cole, thank you both for the 5. Carly, I appreciate you for the $15. Who says thank you for doing what most can't, fighting for our rights as human beings and debating people with no brain cells. Also, remember, you are loved by millions. You are so important.
There's the disrespect.
Carly, thank you so much for the love. It's not disrespect if it's true, buddy.
No, these people are
we just got a snowflake down here. Thank you for the $15, Carly. Then Ed with the $10. Appreciate you for that love, Ed. Let's get 100 Ed W's. Jordan, thank you for the 5. And then John, thank you for the $50 donation. Who says for doing what needs to be done. John, thank you. Thank you so much for the love, man. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting what we do here. Let's get 500 W's for John. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing for Rachel. Let's get 500 Rachel W's for the $50 donation as well. Rachel with the $50 says, keep doing what you do, King. Rachel, thank you so much for the love. That is so much money. That is so fucking kind of you. Huge shout out to John and Rachel. Then Shasta, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, says we haven't won until Trump and his admin are locked up. I couldn't agree with you more. I legitimately do think that is going to be the moderate position in like 4 years, that they all need to be locked up. Thank you for the $25 Shasta. Dara, thank you so much for the $15. John, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, man. And then Emily, thank you for the $10. It looks like we're all caught up over on Super Chat and on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Then we will be passing the mic back off to the guest. First and foremost, Corinne, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Corinne. Show some love to Corinne down below. And it's actually, give me one moment. Corinne didn't attach a message to her love, just in the $15. Yes, thank you so much. And then Kathy, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. What the fuck is going on today? You guys are being literally so kind. Holy shit. Kathy with the 100 big ones says he's trying so hard but doesn't have the brain cells to process things. He's trying his best, Kathy. Show some love to fucking Queen Kathy down below. It's good to see you again. Kathy is like literally watching every day. You know I love you. We all know and love Kathy. Show some love to Kathy down below. Thank you so much for the love. Then Rebecca, thank you for the $25. Who says, just made it to New York City with my mom and we're now stuck in traffic due to an ICE protest march. It was huge, and the one time I didn't mind being stuck in traffic. I wouldn't mind being stuck in traffic either. Let those patriots do their thing. Thank you for the $25, Rebecca. Then Heather, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Sophie with the $10. Huge shout out to Heather and Sophie. Then Ondine, thank you so much for the $10. It's good to see you, Ondine, once again. And then Katie, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 KDW. That is KATY. Now, Katie, because of the nature of your message, I'm going to keep most of that to myself, but just know that you are an incredibly fucking strong person, a very strong woman, and thank you for being here, and I'm so fucking sorry that you had to go through that. Thank you so much for the love, Katie. I'd also like to, holy shit.
What just happened?
Wow, my God. Julie, thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. What the fuck, you guys? We've been live for like an hour and a half, and y'all have been so incredibly kind. Julie with the $150, that is insane, says, thank you for the mental anguish this takes to turn each MAGA one at a time towards the light and realize what's so. Julie, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the donation. That is sincerely otherworldly. There's not a bone in my body that deserves that level of love. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the $150 donation. Show some fucking love to Julie down below in the comment section.
Guys, realize that it would be much easier to get people to agree with you if you didn't constantly insult people's intelligence to act like you're better than everyone else. It is very odd and corny and just downright immature. But anyways, I found the exact...
Okay. So you're saying that insulting your intelligence turns you away from wanting to agree with us, but when Trump defends murder, that doesn't turn you away from wanting to agree with him. Mess. It's a big mess.
Do you know what his defense was? Oh, that's right. It was self-defense. So he's not being like, oh, it's okay that they murdered somebody. He's saying it wasn't murder. There's a complete difference. You continue rewording it to make it sound worse than it is. That is the problem. But anyway,
I have a question. So if a white man walks up to a black man and that white man screams the hard R and tells them to self-unalive because they're black, would that be racist?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if somebody else were to come along and then say that white man who did that was not being racist, that is not racist at all, quite frankly, would that second man be defending racism?
If he generally believes it's not racist, then no, that's not how it would objectively, but mentally, no. If I say that this dresser in front of me is not a dresser, and I generally believe it's not a dresser, am I just lying to myself, or do I generally believe?
Whoa. So everybody that thinks children can consent to sex, all the P3DOs, okay, that will hear a story about a 45-year-old man raping a 13-year-old girl, and then they go, that's not rape. You don't think they're defending rape?
If they believe that it was what it happened, but just saying, oh, it wasn't rape, then that is straight up just defending rape.
They're
but what you said is
that
entirely
are so
different.
Genuinely sick, they actually think children can consent to sex. But obviously children can't, and they're wrong. So if they were to respond to child rape by saying, nope, it's actually not wrong, it's actually not rape, of course they'd be defending rape, even though they don't think it's rape. The same way No, you disagree?
No. What I'm saying is what you're saying is different than the original thing that you said.
No, it's not. Don't spin out. If a very sick child P3DO rapist, okay, believes that children can consent to sex, okay.
And why do you go to this immediately?
Because it is an example that proves you wrong.
How is it? You're using a different type of example. The first one is saying
the logic in which is paralleled. We understand that you have a small brain and you can't understand logic. Just follow the example. If a man rapes a child, and then a sick P3DO comes around that genuinely believes that children can consent to sex and says, that's not wrong, it's not rape, would that sick individual be defending child rape?
In this comparison, are you saying that he believes that the act did not actually happen, or does he believe the act did happen, but it's not bad and it's not the art?
He believes that the act did happen, but predicated on a secondary belief that children can consent to sex, does not believe the act to be rape. So
then
if he
yes,
says it's
he's
not
defending
rape, would he be defending rape?
Yes, he's defending rape.
Okay,
because the act, he still believes the act happened.
The same way that Donald Trump believes the act happened of an ICE agent killing Alex Preddy, but just believes that for whatever reason, okay, it was not one of murder, but rather an act of self-defense. But because we agree that it was not an act of self-defense, but rather one of murder, we'd be saying here, okay, that Trump is defending murder.
Answer the question. Did Alex... I'm just going to say Alex. I can't pronounce his last name. Did Alex or not put hands on law enforcement?
I'd say no.
Okay.
And by the way, even if he did, okay, that still wouldn't be an imminent threat.
Then that would be
justify the use of lethal force. No.
So if someone comes at you to punch you, to slap you, whatever it may be, you don't think you have the right to defend yourself?
Yeah, I don't think that you'd have the right to kill them because in accordance with case law, force has to be proportionate. So if the force being exerted by the other individual is not one in which would immediately threaten your life or threatens serious physical / bodily harm, then you cannot kill them.
A grown man flying at you with his fist is not considered serious harm to you.
Okay, well, all of a sudden we're talking about something that never happened because Alex never flew at
I'm
somebody
going to go back to the quote.
So what did Alex do to the agents that somehow justified his death?
Did you just forget that?
Okay, so now he's running away because now he has to like combat with the fact that when Alex was killed, he was on all four and unarmed while being restrained by 7 agents. The only way, okay, that he could have purported any imminent threat to the lives of the LEOs is if he had a third hand or a second gun. Just saying.
He had a gun.
Yeah, and guess what? In accordance with the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, merely being in possession of a firearm, okay, does not authorize any LEO to kill you. This has been upheld by SCOTUS, most notably in the Connor v. Graham case, where they ruled that the use of force must be reasonable, and then the Felix SCOTUS case from last year, 2025, in which said that the use of force has to be A, in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, and B, in response to an imminent threat purported to your life or anybody within the immediate vicinity. Merely being in possession of a firearm in accordance with case law, SCOTUS rulings, and the Constitution, okay, does not purport that immediate threat.
First of all, I want to thank the people that are gifting me. You don't have to. I'm doing this on my own free time for fun. It's kind of a hobby of mine. But what I'm saying, right, originally,
Carly,
is that
thank you so much for
first
being
of
on the
all,
kitten.
I wasn't trying to avoid the whole conversation. I was trying to get back on track. What the track we were on and we jumped off of was the CBS thing. I found it, and then you yapped about gifters for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think my donors. I don't think there's any issue with that.
Right. I don't have an issue with it besides the fact that you got back and then immediately jumped off the track we were previously on.
Okay.
First of all, right, before we go back to the other stuff, right, I never said that having a gun means you can get killed. But having a gun does not mean you're unarmed. You are literally armed. You have a deadly weapon.
Took his gun away before he was killed.
But you said he was unarmed, but
yes, I did.
He had a weapon.
No, he didn't have a weapon
had a gun.
when he was killed.
Did he run up to these ICE officers with a gun or not?
I don't think he ran up to him, but he had a gun before he
you know
was
what
unarmed.
I mean. Case rested. Now I'm going to
No,
quote
not
the CBS.
case rested. This is so easy.
Christ.
He had a gun, and then the ICE agent took it from him, meaning he was then unarmed. Wow!
Right?
Dude. Wow.
First of all,
so imagine that we're debating.
Another thing. Do you know the law? No. Do you know that police officers have the automatic right to assume that someone, if they have a deadly weapon and it's knowledgeable, everyone knows, it's obvious, it's not like they might, but it is, they literally have a gun, right? Majority of police officers, I don't know if they're required, but they are taught to automatically assume that they most likely have another one, or at least likely to have another one. Correct?
That wouldn't be the law. That'd be department regulation / policy. And I'm not quite sure about it. I'm not quite sure about that claim. I haven't heard that claim before.
And same as I haven't heard of these certain claims. So would it be right for me to immediately call you stupid because you don't know about it?
What are you calling me stupid for?
I'm not calling you
thank you
stupid,
so much
but
for
I'm
the
saying,
I appreciate you.
would it be okay for me to call you stupid just based on that answer because you haven't heard that claim before?
Where's that claim coming from? Actually, can I get a source for that?
From you and other people calling me stupid because I didn't know certain things.
The claim that apparently LEOs are taught to automatically assume that somebody has a second gun if they know they have one.
Yes, not a gun necessarily, but a weapon.
You said gun.
Yeah. I said weapon.
You said gun.
Okay, scroll back. A second weapon.
A second gun. But a weapon, whatever.
I didn't say second gun.
So
a
where's
weapon
the source
doesn't have to be a
So
gun.
what's the
It could be
source
a
that
knife, a
says
bat.
if an LEO sees somebody with one gun, they should automatically assume that they have a second one or weapon?
I didn't say they
whatever.
should, but they do. And they are allowed to. I think they might even in some states
Wait, no,
required.
because you said that's like that it would be a should claim because that would be the regulatory guidelines of the like local police force or some shit.
They're taught that way to avoid
they're taught
danger.
That's how they should. So no, what they're taught to what they're taught, okay, is just to be vigilant and precautionary. They're not taught to strictly assume that somebody has a second weapon if they already know they have one. Plus, how does this relate to Alex Preddy?
Because how are you saying if he had a gun, they automatically somehow know he doesn't have another one? Plus, on top of that, right?
Wait, I just said that he was unarmed. I'm just saying that it's true he was unarmed.
No, someone, like you claimed, which I don't actually know if this did happen or not. From the video I saw, I couldn't see him getting de-armed at all. But then again, I only saw a small clip. But you're claiming that he was unarmed.
On the subject matter. I'm happy that I could educate you.
Your claim is that he was unarmed simply because he was de-armed because someone took his gun that they know he had. How do they know he doesn't have another one is what I'm saying.
The question, how did they know
if you can't comprehend that, how am I the stupid one?
One moment. The question, how did they know he didn't have another one, is separate and distinct from the fact that he didn't have another one, meaning he was unarmed. Like this is all like going back to my original claim that when they killed him, he was unarmed, and you contesting that claim, okay? Inserting the speculatory assumption that maybe the ICE agents thought he had a second weapon, okay, does nothing in refuting my point that when they killed him, he was unarmed. This guy's Rough. Guys, we are destroying my brain cells live in 4K, spiking my cortisol.
How are you not understanding? Just because it was a fact that he didn't doesn't mean they knew that.
Oh, wait. So then you concede. So then you concede. So you are now agreeing that when they killed him, he was unarmed.
Or did not. Yeah, but how did they know that? Oh, right, they didn't.
1 second. A, you can't just
Jesus
baselessly
Christ.
speculate.
Also, wait,
no.
also-
A, you
wait,
can't
no,
just
how many
baselessly speculate about the possession of a firearm to justify a shooting. Because A, even if he was in possession of a second firearm, per the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, on top of case law like Connor v. Graham, okay, merely being in possession of a firearm does not give you the right as an LEO to kill somebody. And then B, speculation can't be baseless; it must be reasonable. Okay, there's an objective reasonableness standard set forth once again by Connor v. Graham, in which would argue, well, the shooting's only justified if a reasonable officer in that same scenario would do it. So, like, you concede, and now you're just trying to throw these terrible arguments, interjecting into the dialogue. But I'm happy I could dispute them and debunk them all.
First of all, you claimed things. Debunking has to be 100% proven fact. You have to provide sources that are undeniable.
Yes,
and
yes, my
aren't
source,
just,
Connor
they
v.
might
Graham,
be.
is undeniable. The 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment are undeniable.
But what I'm saying, right, originally, which once again, going way off track.
This guy's
going
like
into different
really.
points.
This guy's just.
You can't
difficult.
even. We were talking about CBS before you started yapping about gifters.
Yeah, man.
And then now
I gave
have
you
it
the right
here
of way
for
to talk about CBS, but then you're like, well, instead
no,
I actually just want to
you went back to
espouse
Alex.
misinformation about Alex Preddy.
Okay. We can go to Alex after I talk about the CBS stuff. Deal?
Okay, that's fine. Man.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
right here I have the quote. You asked me, right, to provide a CBS article quote, right, suggesting or directly saying, right, that it does not automatically remove or grant citizenship to or birthright citizenship. Right here it says in CBS article, on the first day of Mr. Trump's second term, he signed an executive order that said people born in the United States should not automatically get citizenship if one parent is undocumented and the other isn't a citizen or green card holder, or if both parents are in the U.S. on temporary visas, or until proven. Right there.
Thank
It
you for
literally
proving
says
yourself wrong.
does not automatically grant. That is what I've been saying from the beginning. It doesn't remove birthright citizenship. It just doesn't automatically grant it.
You're wrong.
What do you not realize about this? I don't understand how you can't comprehend these words.
Okay, let me know when you want to be educated.
Oh my God.
If you don't have automatic citizenship upon birth, then you lose your right to birthright citizenship. The reason why the executive order and CBS is stating, this executive order is just stating, well, you don't automatically get citizenship if you're born here to two parents that are undocumented, okay, is to allow a foreseeable future where you are able to work towards citizenship through, like, the legal channels.
Your original quote is that it's removing.
Birthright
It's
citizenship.
removing
Yes.
birthright.
Not
It's
having
not.
automatic
It's
citizenship.
not.
Not having
Bullshit.
automatic citizenship upon birth is removing birthright citizenship.
Okay, let me see. Because once again, you don't understand these words. It's saying it does not automatically grant.
Yes,
It
exactly.
doesn't automatically
exactly.
remove.
Not
It is
automatic.
automatically
Not automatically granting citizenship to somebody at birth means that they do not have birthright citizenship.
Do you even know what birthright citizenship is?
Yes, it is a right to citizenship upon birth automatically.
On
That's
American
what birthright citizenship is.
Right?
Can you
if
agree?
it
Wait. Can you agree?
I just said yes. So
Okay,
obviously.
so if you agree that birthright citizenship would be a right to automatic citizenship upon birth, and this executive order is saying, no, you do not automatically get citizenship upon birth, then it's saying that, no, you do not get birthright citizenship.
First of all.
Fucking idiot.
There it goes. First of all, right? Can you at least admit, because I already
No.
admitted when
I want you to respond to that. Don't pivot.
Stop.
No. You stop. Can you agree or disagree that because your definition of birthright citizenship would be the right to automatic citizenship upon birth, if the executive order says you do not automatically get a right to citizenship upon birth, that therefore it is taking away birthright citizenship?
You didn't let me clarify what you didn't. You did
Bro,
not
this
include
guy's
automatically
terrible.
originally. You didn't include
It's
automatically.
automatic is
initially.
literally in the definition of how we define birthright citizenship. Birthright
Okay.
citizenship is automatically getting citizenship as a right upon birth. Do you agree or disagree?
like I was saying.
No, do you agree or do you disagree?
No, oh my God, I
don't care. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Because no, if
no,
I say
stop
I agree,
it.
then
Do
you're
you
gonna twist
agree
my
or do you
words.
disagree?
If I say I disagree, then you're going to say I
No,
don't believe in
is
birthright
it either
citizenship.
true that you affirm that you think that this is the definition of the phrase birthright citizenship?
If you're
or
adding
it is
automatically,
not
no.
true that you
No,
affirm?
not if you're adding automatically, no.
How do you define birthright citizenship?
Me?
Yes.
I define it as you get the right to become a citizen to the United States, right? If you're born on American soil, you don't have to work up to it.
No.
right?
That's an
Most-
example of birthright citizenship. But how do you define birthright citizenship? Because it's not exclusive to America.
But you realize there are some countries that don't have it, correct?
Yeah, that doesn't change that it's not exclusive to America, you idiot.
I'm not saying that it is.
Okay, so you
But
are saying
you're
that it is,
suggesting-
because you
you're
define
suggesting that
your
I said
definition
it.
of birthright citizenship included the word America. Okay,
Yeah.
let's try to find some other way to define it that this absolute moron will understand. Birthright citizenship is having a right to citizenship merely because of your birth. Correct? It is an unalienable right that you possess that cannot be taken away from you because of where you were born. Correct?
I agree.
Okay, so
Okay,
if
I already
birthright
said
citizenship, listen, let me cook. So if birthright citizenship is an undisputed, inalienable right that you have merely and only because of where you are born, when the executive order says that you do not automatically get citizenship upon birth, then the executive order is saying that you do not have this inalienable, undisputed right to citizenship because of where you are born. And because the executive order is saying that, it's saying that you do not have this unalienable, undisputed claim to citizenship because of where you were born, it's saying that you don't have birthright citizenship. And this isn't controversial, by the way. You're just like, oh my God. This isn't
better calm
controversial.
down.
This isn't controversial, okay? Like, the typical Republican perspective on this executive order is not, oh no, it's not actually taking birthright citizenship away. No, you idiot. You're actually the first person I've ever heard try to make this moronic, stupid, dumbass argument. The typical argument that I receive in response is, well, actually, this executive order, although it does take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, is not unconstitutional because undocumented immigrants do not meet the second qualifier of birthright citizenship per the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment because they're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America. And like, dude, listen, it's okay to be wrong. You're human. Humans are wrong a lot. I'm wrong a lot. All right? Now's the time for you just to admit that you're wrong because this is
I already
very
did
easy to understand.
But
all right?
You asked me to provide a part of the article that said what I was saying.
It does
did.
not say
you
what
said
you
that
were
I
saying.
would never. It says removes the ability to automatically. Wait, you gotta let me explain.
I didn't
you just
interrupt you.
don't. You do before. You've muted me and interrupted me and not
Wait,
and try
but
to say,
I
you're pivoting
didn't just
or
interrupt
whatever.
you there. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What I'm
Okay.
saying, right, is that you are wording it and saying it in your original claim is that it removes birthright
citizen. Yes, because if you
It
don't
does
automatically
not.
get, yes, it does. Because
You
if you don't
au-
automatically get the citizenship upon your birth, then you do not have that inalienable, undisputed right to citizenship merely because of where you're born.
If I'm born, right, under, let's say everyone born under their grandma, right, gets a right to their house, okay, or a house. And someone says, oh, well, we're going to change the law where you don't automatically get the right. Give me a second. I got to deal with these dogs. Like I was saying, the law changes it where you don't automatically get it. You have to prove that you were born underneath said grandma. Does that remove your right to get the house in the first place? No, because you can still
Oh my God.
receive the
So
house.
This
It
guy's
is not-
such an idiot. Where in the executive order does it say that you can get it if you prove that you're born in America?
I literally quoted the CBS article, and I added that. And
No. What you quoted from the CBS article, it says nowhere that you actually can get birthright citizenship if you are born to undocumented immigrants, insofar as you could prove that you were born here. It does not say that. You are really... Listen, folks, I rarely get my patience tested to the point where I just like want to explode, okay, and be a real jackass. But like right now I'm at that point because this guy is an absolute moron. Literally top 10 most stupid guests I've ever had on the live. But we're going to try to take it easy. I'm just sharing my mental state with you. You know what I mean? I'm just sharing my mental state with you so you know how I'm feeling, even though I'm trying to maintain a level of decorum and patience.
Acting.
We're just gonna... Don't interrupt me. If that's the very... Don't interrupt me, sir. Thank you. So what I'm gonna ask you to do is to please read us the section of the CBS article that says you actually can get birthright citizenship if you're born to parents that are undocumented immigrants, as long as you could prove it. Okay? Just to be frank, the CBS article doesn't say that because the executive order doesn't say that.
I want you...
No, don't interrupt me. Good boy. You just
So it's
happen
a
to
problem
be
whenever
good. Nope.
you interrupt
one
me.
moment. No. Buddy, listen.
Oh my God.
What you're struggling with is a misinterpretation of the executive order. Okay? Because the executive order says that citizenship is not to be automatically given to the children born to undocumented immigrants. Okay? And your takeaway is, well, that means that, well, it seems like they could actually do something to get it in the future. They just can't automatically get it now. But that's a false... Okay, you interrupt me one more time and I'm just going to kick you. This is my final straw. I think if anybody else was in my position, they would have either been a real asshole to you like a long time ago or would have kicked you from the... Okay, all right, sir. Well, there was your last interruption. Let's go and move on to the next guest.
He fucking quit. He did that to quit.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
Oh, that was so fucking disingenuous because I'm sitting here reading this EO. It's one of the shorter EOs that Trump has put out.
It's also one of the clear EOs.
Exactly. And not only that, like normally there's two different claims when it comes to birthright citizenship, and that's what is the right of soil and right of blood. And like it says exactly, he was just being disingenuous. He was cooked and he knew it, and that's why he did it.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course he was wrong. Of course he was wrong. Like undisputably wrong, because that's just what the administration says. You know, what I was going to go on to like describe to him if, you know, he didn't decide to quit by, you know, interrupting me after I told him not to, is just the very simple fact that, well, when the executive order says that you don't get it automatically given it to you, that's just using hyper-specific legalese stating that, like, you might still be able to get citizenship in the future by, like, working for it through the legal pathways. But that phrase, you don't automatically get citizenship upon birth, is saying that you don't automatically get birthright citizenship, because birthright citizenship is getting it upon birth. But it's okay. You know, he was really stupid, and I tried to help that stupid man as much as I could. But there's just simply nothing more that I could have done for that very stupid man. By the way, so we did have Hunter up. He did just leave, you know, staying on the live for less than a moment. Let's go to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And by the way, for everybody watching the live, you know, just kind of like ignore, you know, the bots in the comment section. They're not real people. They're not real people. I'm going to stop doing it now so I don't incentivize anyone else to spam it. But you know, I did invite every single person up that said that the guests cooked, and not a single one of them joined. They're like literally all like Russian bots or something that are children. But let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
My whole entire family supports Donald Trump.
But do you?
No, I don't. But
you're awesome, man. What's up, Lowell?
How's it going? How's it going, Dean?
Can you turn down the TV in the background, please?
Yeah, sure. Why not? There we go. There we go. Give me 1 second. Let me pop this in real quick.
Well, I think that this is going to be a very terrible debate. So you said that I was dodging the last guest? Oh, Danny, welcome in. How are you doing?
I don't know how I got here.
Well, see, I invited you up because you said that the last guest had won the debate. Would you mind explaining how?
No, I didn't. I said you won.
Oh, then I must have misinterpreted your comment. You have a good rest of your day. So, Lowell, you said that I was somehow
come
dodging
on,
that
Dean.
last
Let's
guest.
just
How did I
have it
do?
me and you.
Sure, yeah, after you could explain how you think I lost to the last guest.
Well, I mean, I didn't really say that, but
You said I was
typically
dodging him.
you'll usually start off with the donations and everything. So I'll just let you do your little, your introduction, and then we can, begin.
So you're right. I actually
You
do have
sound
a couple
tipsy
people to
now.
thank for their donations. But before I thank them for their donations, I'd like you to explain your comment. You said that I was dodging the last guest. How so?
Oh, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about him. He's dodging a lot. He was dodging a lot. Both of you were. I mean, there's a lot of
you were
deflection
talking about
happening.
him. Oh,
Yeah, both of you guys were deflecting, weren't
yeah,
you?
everyone was deflecting. All right, I'm going to thank a couple people and we'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Cookie. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube. Holy shit, Cookie. I'm trying to see 1,000 Cookie W's down below in that chat. Cookie with 100 says, love your content. Also, imagine using Google AI, LOL. Dude, he was that stupid. Cookie, thank you so much for the incredibly insane level of love. I do not deserve that much kindness. Thank you so much. Genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Fucking thank you, Cookie. And then London, thank you so much for the $20 who says, I conceal carry 2 guns, but I still agree with Dean. London, I'm actually right now in the process of working on my concealed carry permit for my own safety, of course. Yeah, it looks like the left is getting really pro-gun, right? Love it. Gun rootin' tootin'. Just common sense gun reform so children stop dying. How about that, right? Look at us. We're so smart. Hey, Full Brand, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Full Band, it is good to see you. Let's get 500 Full Band W's. Good to see you. Good to see you. Full Band says, can we please put this drunk dunce out of our misery, please? Yeah, we got him out of here, dude. He was too far gone. Then Philibus, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Philibus. 500 Philibus W's. Philibus with a huge 50 says, so as always, Dean, you are amazing. Keep up the good work. If I ever start debating again, I'm gonna start making my guests do what I have to in my speech class and my research writing class. Use scholarly evidence, not news channels as sources. Well, I mean, I think that news channels can be sources for claims under limited circumstances where it's something that could actually be like proven by said news channel. Like, I think that's fine, but I appreciate you for the $50, Philibus. Trevor, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for that love, Trevor. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. You shout out to Trevor and Jocelyn. Then one last one here over in Super Chat, Mr. Burnside Music. Appreciate you for the $10. Who says, Dean, next time ask one of these idiots to define what cognitive dissonance means when they start with a mental gymnastics. I'm sorry, that phrase just simply has too many syllables in it to be understood by the MAGA mind. I'd also like to quickly thank Indra. Thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate that. Then Joe, thank you for the 5. Then Nicholas, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, fuck Trump and fuck eyes. Preach, my friend. Thank you for the $15. And then Susanna, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get 500 Susanna W's. Thank you so much for the love. Susanna says, Jonah and I are sending so much love. We are so sorry to hear about Shelby. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being our light. This world gets darker every day. Say hi to Momo for us. You got it. I'm going to make sure to give Momo a good old from you and Jonah when I'm off stream. Appreciate you all so much. And then Rana Lee. Holy shit. Rana Lee, that is Ronalee. Thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my God. Rana Lee with 100 says, I appreciate you so much. I listen to your live clips on Spotify while working. It definitely helps me get through each day. Thank you for what you do. Well, Rana Lee, thank you so much for your kindness from the bottom of my heart. I'm very grateful for it. $100 is a shit ton of money. More money than I deserve. So thank you so much one last time, Rana Lee. Let's get 1,000 Rana Lee W's. And then Garrett with a $15 says, sorry, but that last guy was being a little bitch. Truth nuke. Aubrey, appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much, Aubrey. Serenity, thank you so much for the $10. Who says that last guy was so sad about having his intelligence attacked, but I got to worry about being racially profiled or being killed for protesting or losing access to abortion. Yeah. Thank you for the $10. Connor, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Connor. Mary, thank you for the $10. Who says, catching the VOD in the AM. Have a great night. Have a good night, Mary. It was good to have you here. Then Aaron, that is ERINN. Thank you for the $15. Who says, as a longtime progressive millennial, I've lost confidence that the moderate position in 4 years will be to lock them all up. But you helped me fight to hold on to that optimism. Well, Aaron, think about it. Think about it this way. 54% of Americans think that we should literally abolish ICE. What does that say about the moderate position and where it will be at in 4 years? Then one last one here over on Venmo. Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Okay, I'd also like to very quickly thank... holy shit. I don't know if this went through or not. I don't know if this one went through or not. It still says pending, but Michael. What? Okay, well, Michael, I see here that it says you sent $200 on PayPal, but then it's also simultaneously saying that, like, I disputed it. So I think that maybe you sent it and then, like, disputed the payment. But, like, so I guess I'll let that one process. But anyways, I do want to read off your message here, who says, please read 2025, 3 died in ICE custody, 1 in Texas. And then another in another detention center. So we have Shiraz F, we have Pete S. In the Montgomery Processing Center, we have Francisco Andres in the Camp East, Montana Center. And yeah, we've had 5 people die in those Texas custody centers. Yeah, that's fucking insane. Michael, I appreciate you for bringing that to my attention. And I think that you may have like refunded that donation. So I'll just read off your message, but just know that I appreciate you, man. I'd also like to very quickly thank Kathy for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Kathy. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's for another $100 donation. Thank you so much. Kathy says, here's another $100 to go ahead and kick that person without a developed frontal lobe, please. Kathy, I swear to God, you will always send like a donation saying kick this guy, and then I always end up kicking them. You read my fucking mind. I love you, Kathy. Thank you for the $100. Then Alice, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying love from the UK. Love to the UK. Thank you for the $20, Alice. Lauren, thank you for the $20, who says you are the best. Thank you for demolishing the Trump supporters. I'd try my best. Thank you so much for the love, Lauren. Then Anthony, thank you for the 10. Trey, appreciate you so much for the 5. And then let's hear Crumph, thank you so much for the $5 as well. It looks like we are all caught up for now. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over in that YouTube stream. Handle's also at the top of the phone screen. And I will say here, I get 100% of those proceeds compared to 30% of the proceeds on TT and on the YouTube Super Chat. So definitely want to throw that one out there. But anyways, take it away. Tell me and Santana why you support Trump. But Santana has his hands up, so I'm actually going to pass the mic to him first. Go ahead,
Just
Santana.
one really quickly. Amanda, thank you so much for the 10. You said happy birthday, Santana. Speak on behalf of everyone with excellent taste when I say we're grateful you were born. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. All right, take it away, Mr. Trump supporter.
Yeah, I would love to just start off by thanking everyone who's donated. A new month has started, so I mean, these guys, the rent is due, so thank you so much. Keep donating. They gotta pay rent. Anyways, I mean, whoa, you got 15,000 views here. Let's start this thing, man. You always start with the questions and everything. Let's just
yeah. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I actually think that America does need a individual like Trump. I know a lot of the times you will have the conversation that, is that, but Americans are looking for a president. They're not looking for individuals based on their, personal life and whatnot. I could care less about any of that. I really could care less, because at the end of the day, all politicians who are in the American political class, they fall under the same problems and issues, whether it's women, this, that. So
I'm so sorry. I hate to be that guy. I've not heard like a coherent reason why you support Trump as president.
He said a lot of words.
I said that.
Words.
Yeah, I said that I support him because America needs a figure like him.
Okay, why?
Right now, especially right now. Well, I mean, we are changing. The world is changing. This is not just
so world change. Therefore, we need a president to like kill poor people, right?
Well, did he shoot a poor person?
40 through 60,000 low-income Americans die per year via lack of access to healthcare. Yes, many of them will be killed because he took healthcare away from 10 million of them.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Dean. Okay, if you are a citizen in the United States and you are not working and you are
one second. No. I just want to hear a reason why you support Trump. No. Before you give a counter argument against that. No. Stop. Why are you not stopping? This is when I mute you. In 5, good boy. I'm asking you to give a reason why you support Trump. Before we hear any of your thoughts. No. Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute now. I'm asking you why you support Trump as president. Before I hear out any counter argument that you have against maybe like the specific claims I'm making, I just want to hear a general position from you insofar as why you support Trump. And I'm not going to lie, okay? I expect my guests to be a little incoherent because most Trump supporters that are still left are kind of stupid. If you want me to be honest, I kind of hate saying it. It kind of sounds rude, but it's true. But like, I feel like you are completely incoherent because literally your argument for why Trump is a good president is stating that the world needs somebody like him because the world's changing.
Yes.
Well, in what relevant ways is the world changing that necessitates a president like Trump?
Well, for example, the rules-based order is no more. That is a dead thing. That is a
Wait,
thing of the past.
repeat that. So what are the relevant ways in which the world is changing that necessitates a president like Trump?
Rules-based order, right?
What is rules-based order? What is that? How's it changing? Why does it mean we need Trump?
Well, let's look at it like this, right? In the past, the U.S. was essentially the governing state.
I want it in 3 sentences or less. What ways? Oh, like what specific ways is the world changing that necessitates Trump as president?
You're not going to interrupt.
Okay, then I'm going to kick you. I'm sorry. My patience is short because I've been talking to idiots like you for the last 2 hours. We're either going to get a reason why you support Trump as president, or this is just going to be very easy. I'm just going to kick you. So this is literally your last opportunity. Give a specific reason why Trump is a president that we need. Okay? Do not be vague. Do not be general. Do not be elusive. Be very specific. If you failed to meet this criteria of giving a very specific reason why Trump is a good president, my job is really easy. I'm just going to click this button and remove you from the live.
I think you are really kind of deflecting from what I've been saying. I think you
I don't even know what you've been saying. That's what I'm asking you for. Okay, well, I said job's easy, so we're going to move on. Santana, how are you doing today?
I'm good. You know, I haven't had to deal with the pseudo-intellectuals, so it hasn't been that bad. I had a couple of really good debates today for a birthday stream, so figured I'd come hang out with you.
Oh, yes! Santana, happy fucking birthday, dude!
Thank you. Thank you.
Is today the big day?
Yeah.
Dude, holy shit! Listen. When you get off the stream, I'm gonna need you to shoot me a text with your address, okay?
No.
Yes, no, you have to.
Gonna try to do no. Fuck
no,
it.
you have to.
You know how I am. No, you know how I am.
You have to. You absolutely have to.
You know how I am. No.
No, bro. Listen. So for everybody watching, on my birthday, which was September 1st last year, Santana actually sent me a great bottle of whiskey. You know, it was my 25th birthday. Sorry, 25th. What the hell am I saying? 21st birthday. You know, it was like the big day. It was the big event. So this guy went out of his way to send me like the very best bottle of whiskey ever. And I still have some left because I've been like conserving it for like very special events just because of how good and nice and fine of a bottle of whiskey it is. So now I got to absolutely repay that favor. Please send me your address. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
You know how I am, Dean. Come on now.
Rick, thank you. Listen, I'm gonna have to find a way to figure this out. Listen, I think that at one point in time you said that your wife watches the streams.
She literally just texted me.
Oh, she's on here right now. Listen,
she's watching right now. She just sent me a text.
Listen. Okay, to Santana's wife, you should send me a DM on Instagram with y'all's address. You should, okay? And you really should. Welcome in, one and the only, then Earthling. First and foremost, one and the only. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Earthling, do you support Trump? In the off chance, do you happen to be an absolutely like batshit crazy vegan who turns everybody away from the vegan argument by saying that you don't care about?
Sorry about Shelby, man. Sorry about your dog. But I find it hard to make sense of your political stance on compassion and justice when you eat animals. But I'm sorry about your puppy.
Listen, okay. Honestly, Earthling, I'm actually kind of proud of you. It seems like you've really toned down the rhetoric.
So you're heartbroken over one animal, paying for the suffering of thousands of others, and you think it's a joke.
Well, actually,
these animals are just as sentient as Shelby was, and you think it's a joke.
You have to stop screen recording because
first and foremost, I don't have enough. My connection's not too good, so this conversation's probably not going to go long. But why are you such a hypocrite?
Wait, are you telling me I'm a hypocrite for being really sad I just had to put down my dog 2 days ago? Come on, bro. That's fucked. Use any other example. Listen, that was like traumatizing for me, okay, dude? All right? Use any other example. Like, that was like really like messed up of you. I'm not gonna lie. That was really messed up of you. Like, dude, I had to watch my father, like a grown man, bawl his fucking eyes out, okay? Because this dog that he's spent the last 9 years of his life with, by his side, suddenly developed cancer, and then he had to take her to put her down. I had to have one of the hardest conversations I've ever had with my father, because in a moment it just went from that guarded parental figure to another human just like me, and he was describing to me that it is just so hard and damn near impossible to make the decision to put Shelby down because he has this irrational desire driven by his heart that she could just get better tomorrow. And then he had to do it all on his own because then I showed up to the clinic where she was being put down moments after he walked out the door, and then he was bald. Come on, dude. That's fucked up, and you know it, Earthlane. If you're going to come up here and, try to convince me to be a vegan, use any other argument than attempting to like sit here and talk about my dead dog, okay? That happened like less than 48 hours ago, dude. Real shitty move.
Yeah, I agree. I've had the same thing happen, Dean. I have had a pivotal.
It wasn't an argument. It was outreach. It was a human outreach, and you want to turn it into an argument and mock.
That guy's like one of like the worst vegans ever. I have a lot of respect for the vegan movement, but that guy will like come up here like once every like month and he'll say, "Oh, Dean, you think rape is wrong? Guess what? You're a hypocrite because you eat meat." Now one of the only. Are you driving?
No.
Okay. And by the way, chat, that wasn't even hyperbole. He's literally come up here after I was talking about how Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, and he said, "Oh, Dean, you're up here being outraged about rape, but then you eat animals." Honestly, you're a hypocrite. You have no good reason to think rape is wrong. Now, take it away. Tell me in Santana why you think Trump is a marvelous president. After everything that we've seen in the last handful of weeks, including but not limited to being named 5 times in the most recent Epstein Files release by 5 women or girls, from defending murder to destroying our allyships. Take it away.
Do you talk about anything else, anybody else that was on the Epstein list at all besides Trump? I'm just curious.
Yeah. Donald Trump was named alongside Bill Clinton by a woman by the name of Alexis.
Anybody else besides those two?
Yeah, other names I'm not familiar with.
So there's the lady, Ali Carter.
Donald Trump's
She's a
new pick
survivor.
for the head of the Fed. He's actually in the files that were just released today as well.
I understand.
Bill
Santana,
Gates.
can I-
There's multiple people, but I'm trying to understand what's the point, because the most powerful man on earth is highlighted in the Epstein files.
Yeah, it's like I want you to understand that like everybody who's like incriminated as of like doing these things to women and girls, like they're just equally as terrible people, okay? Right? But it's like, and I can acknowledge that and shit on them all. But like this is a live stream like specifically about the president, so about Trump. I don't mind like acknowledging that there's other people named. I don't mind acknowledging that there's other people that are equally as bad as Trump. And I don't mind like even having like maybe a brief conversation about them because, what they did matters a whole lot. But, I also just want to be able to recognize that the specific point and purpose of this specific live stream right now
No, I know it's about Donald Trump. I wasn't going off the hook with multiple different survivors, just one, Ali Carter, that said she was going to be exposing a lot tonight on a news channel. She's a survivor of Diddy parties and a lot of other very horrendous things that she says. And she also says that Joe Biden and Obama, she was trafficked to, okay? She said Donald Trump has been the only president that has actually fought against human trafficking, and the most kids being saved under human trafficking is under Donald Trump's presidency. He made executive orders for it, and Jeffrey Epstein was arrested during Donald Trump's administration, not Joe Biden or Obama or Bill Clinton, the one that they're all actually friends together, and they tell me and you that if Trump wins, it's going to be horrible for us, and then Trump supporters' opinion is it's going to be horrible if Trump wins because they're fucked.
Okay, first and foremost, if a woman like spoke out and said that she was trafficked by Joe Biden and Obama, I feel like I could probably find anything on the internet ever that says that. But I just want to like
Wait, say that
clarify
again?
here.
Can you repeat what you just said?
I'm not seeing anything on the internet that says a woman by the name of
Okay,
Ally
so
Carter
is all you have to do is
said
go
that
on
Joe.
TikTok?
One moment. That said that Joe Biden Obama trafficked her. But I do want to ask you a question. Do you believe her?
She's put hundreds of videos and talks to multiple people. Now,
You're not
you
answering my
have an
question.
option
Do
that
you
it.
believe her?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. If you believe Ally Carter, why do you not believe? Why do you not believe E. Jean Carroll? If you believe Ally Carter, why do you not believe Mariah Machado, who is a 16-year-old girl competed at Miss Teen USA, that said Donald Trump walked in on her and her other underage friends when they were naked? If you believe Ally Carter, why do you not believe, okay, Alexis, who today we found out told the FBI that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein raped her and then forced her to attend quote unquote big orgy parties where her and other underage girls, okay, were around people like him and Trump. If you believe Ally Carter, why do you not believe the other 25 credible accusations that Donald Trump has? Why do you only believe something that someone says
respond?
when it
Or
is
are you just gonna keep
convenient
monologuing?
towards your political narrative?
Well, you do the same thing. You don't believe people when it's against your political narrative.
Wait, so you're affirming that's what you're
you
doing?
didn't believe Tara Reid. You guys didn't believe multiple different people.
Wait. So I just want to clarify.
victims.
Is that so? You're affirming that's what you're doing?
I have a reason to not believe Eugene Carroll, and I can tell you why. She wrote a book of 23 to 24 victims that sexually assaulted the lady, and how the fuck could you have 24 people that sexually assault you? That's pretty fucking crazy, just to start out with. Because
By the way,
having
what
one
you're
or
saying
two
is
is
wrong.
bad.
I just want to clarify that what you're saying is
bad,
wrong.
but having 24 is crazy.
He said
And
a lot of wrong
you
stuff,
didn't
Dean.
include the
Yeah.
most popular person out of any of them in your book.
Can you
But he
please name the
raped you.
23 people that E. Jean Carroll accused?
You think I know every single one of their names? I didn't write the book.
Okay, well you didn't read
That's
it
a
either.
dumbass question.
You didn't read it either because if you read the book, you will uncover, okay, that in that book, yes, she did accuse a CBS executive. His name is Larry, I think. It was Larry and Trump. That's it.
Larry and Trump. Really? Trump was in the book.
Yes.
Oh, that's so full of shit. What page?
Whoa. That's literally where the defamation suit
What
came
page,
from.
Dean?
I don't know what page. That's where the defamation suit
Dean,
came from, though. Like this
What
is like,
page, Dean? Because you're lying.
oh, he got banned for misinformation.
Yeah. Hey, just to clear it up, there were more arrests under the Obama administration than in more prosecutions under the Biden administration. So like he was just wrong on so much.
Yeah, I haven't seen somebody get banned for misinformation in a long time. Hello?
Hey, Dean!
No.
Hey, Dean!
No, baby does not love me.
It's baby!
I know. I'm aware. Santana. Is baby driving? I think baby's driving.
Baby's in the car, but baby's not driving.
Well, what
Baby just wanted to say, hey,
hi.
what do I think right now?
Nothing.
Why do I want to say hey to you?
Yeah. What's going on? What can I do for you?
I just want to say, hey, keep fighting the good fight. And Dean, baby loves you.
You know what? I love you too. Okay. That's right. You've really hit a soft spot in my heart. Coming up here for over like a goddamn year doing the same bit. Oh, good Lord. We're going to go to get that next Trev supporter loaded up in here right now. Then honestly, I'm going to pass the mic to Santana because I got to go pee. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. Handles at the top of the phone screen too. And make sure that you're fucking showing some love to Santana for the birthday. All right. Show some love to Santana. Hi, welcome into Red, White, and True. Why do you continue to request back up?
Well, you didn't wait for me that last conversation I had, so I wanted to finish up.
What happened?
I needed to go for a minute, and you didn't have time, I guess, to wait for me. So.
Oh yes, yeah. I think I remember that. You needed to go for a minute. Oh wait, you ran away.
I didn't run away. I was waiting.
Oh yes, you ran away. I remember
went
that.
to go on
Yes.
my phone and you pulled up the
I
next
fried
person.
your ass.
No, you didn't. You ran away from me before.
That's not true, buddy.
It is true, buddy.
Just another Trump supporter making up fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news.
Excuse me. But actually, are you going to pee real quick, or are you going to be here for a minute?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So Teddy, do you want to keep him up? Have you ever talked to this guy?
Yeah, I got it. I haven't spoken with him, but I've kind of heard a couple of things that he has to say. I would love to get your opinion, though. Like, I'm sure you saw what came out today, and
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go pee.
How damning that is when it comes to Donald Trump and the Epstein files. How do you still support him after, like, even the Justice Department had to try to remove the link because he's slathered all over the files? Like, isn't that, like, shouldn't that be a hard stop for you?
I didn't actually see exactly what happened today. I was at work all day.
Really bad. They released 3 million files, and then they realized that how much of the information they released had like damning information about Trump in it. And so then they actually removed the link from the Justice Department website.
Really? Do you know what that information was, Santana?
Yeah, a couple of different things, right? There were actual witness testimonies of the things that Trump had done to underage people, different witness interviews, corroborations with emails. There was it was so much. It was a lot. Also, you're kind of rustling your phone. I don't know what the mic sound is.
Sorry, is it better now?
Yes.
I was propped up on something, sorry.
But yeah, there were over 3 million files that were released, and again, it was so damning that they actually took the link down, trying to remove it. But so many people have already downloaded it or screenshot or whatever to save and circulate the information. But it's just really bad.
So you're saying it's all like testimonies, it's all witnesses who are.
Yeah, there's a lot of it that hasn't been. A lot of people haven't been able to comb through all of it because, again, it's 3 million files. But some of the things that have been highlighted, very damning.
And you believe this stuff?
I think there's too much information to ignore what we can actually verify, including not only the testimonies, like emails and direct information. And at the very least, I mean, it should be something that I would think that everyone can align on and say, like, hey, he should no longer hold power, right? It's too much.
It's too much. I mean, you're just going by hearsay. I mean, I could say there were.
It's more than hearsay. There's pictures, there's videos, there's emails, there's files, there's witness testimony. There's a lot.
At what point are you just going to open up your damn eyes? Like, we just have so much. Like, you don't have this much shit on, like, any politician ever, right or left. I can't think of another person alive who I can name so many accusations, court determinations, guilty admissions as Trump. Like, all of this stuff combined, it's just like, it doesn't faze you, and that makes me concerned. This is just the same guy, okay, that boasted about sexual exploitation. The same guy that said he could just grab women by the P word. The same guy that a court found guilty for rape. The same guy,
It wasn't rape.
that it was. That's what we call it when you penetrate a woman's female member with your fingers unconsensually.
Well, that's not what the actual ruling was. So,
what is your definition of rape?
My definition, I would probably say. I mean, it varies situation to situation, but in the state of New York, it's.
No, I'm asking you what your definition of rape is.
Unwanted intercourse.
Okay, and what's intercourse?
Penetration of the genitals, I guess I'll say on here.
Okay, then you think what the court determined he did was rape because he unwantedly penetrated her genitals.
No, like I meant using genitals.
Oh wow.
Oh, so it has to be genitals.
So it's only when a male member unconsensually penetrates the female member?
Yeah, I think I would say so for that. I would say it's more so like.
Wait, so men can't rape
SA,
men and women can't rape women?
Well, I'm just saying in this situation, I would look at it more as like SA.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. If a man were to forcefully penetrate another man's anus with his member, is that grape?
I would say SA.
That's not grape?
Wow.
But
is it grape?
That's what I said. I said SA. I didn't say grape.
So wow, so it's not grape.
You're saying with the
No, answer
finger?
the question. Is it or is it not grape when a man penetrates another man's anus with their member?
Oh, I thought you said finger. No, I would say that.
But you just defined grape as a penetration of the female member with a male member.
I'm just saying in that situation.
Okay, so then we need to revise your definition of grape. Define grape.
I said with the genitals.
What's a genital? What are genitals?
Using the male. What TikTok language do you use? I don't know how
Like
exactly.
you're just talking about the male member and the female member?
Yes.
Okay, so what is grape? Using genitals to do what?
Intercourse.
Okay, and then what's intercourse?
The male member, female member. What are you asking me here?
I'm just trying to get like a specific definition of what you think the word.
I was saying I'm saying that would be grape. That's what you're asking, I thought.
The reason why Dean's trying to get clarification though is because you're being kind of vague as far as what you're saying. It seems like you're using the guise of like TikTok friendly language to not say what you really mean directly, but even more so like the equivocation that only certain types of penetration could be considered grape versus SA. Like you're literally, one, you're just not saying it with your chest. Also, two, you're just being a grape apologist, which is super gross. I mean, like the weird thing is if it were you in this situation, or if it was anyone else outside of Donald Trump, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying right now. Like you wouldn't be trying to find ways to bend yourself into a pretzel to protect this actual person. You would just be saying what we're saying. But since it's Donald Trump, you have to find a way to tiptoe around it and not admit that it's grape. That's weird.
Yeah, I have a question.
What's your question?
Okay. If you have a very young daughter, 3 years old, okay, and you figure out that another man forcefully, God forbid, forcefully penetrated her member with his fingers, and then your wife comes to you and says, "Husband, our child was raped," would your wife be accurately telling the truth?
Would she be accurately telling the truth? Like her knowing all that information?
Yes.
And coming to me and saying that? I could see that, yeah.
Okay. You literally just proved Santana right. Santana says if it was anybody but Trump, you would understand exactly what we're saying. Mm-hmm. You said, if it's anybody but Trump, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Well, here's the thing.
So thank you so much for now seeing the light and understanding. Now, yes, a man forcefully penetrating the female member of a woman or girl with his fingers is grape.
You know what's interesting though? Like we don't even want you to you don't have to take our position on things. We would just love some consistency, like some honesty and consistency. Like we don't have to agree on everything.
Oh, we got to agree on this.
Well, yes, on this, but like in general, like you guys don't have any consistency. You don't have any integrity, and like it's past the point of like being, just whimsical or fantastical or whatever you want to make up. Like it's at the point where I don't understand what's the line, right? Like when do you guys just stop? Because like what's enough? What's like fucking gross enough or bad enough? You guys, you don't draw the line at, you know, children being raped. You don't draw the line in people being shot in the face. You don't draw the line at like losing shit tons of money or threatening war. Like it's just the next thing that you guys like, you're just accepting whatever it is. It's so like what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. Man.
Hey, can I talk?
I talk to some of the worst people alive, dude. You know, I'm really scorned, and after these conversations every day for 4 hours for so long, you know, I've really had my outlook on humanity like greatly shifted. You know, it's like I mean, just if you've been watching for a little while today, I mean, you definitely understand why. I mean, it's just like every single person. It's just like so fucking depressing, dude. It's like, it hurts. It really hurts to just hear person after person after person go, no, it's not rape when a man forcefully penetrates a woman's vagina with his fingers while he's pinning her down. No, it's not wrong when a cop pulls out his gun and then shoots somebody in the back executioner style. In fact, the person they shot's a terrorist because he left his house. It's completely justified to cut 10 million people off of health insurance, knowing that hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands will die as a result. You're blind. You're blind to the truth. You're blind to reasonability, and you're completely unhinged because of it.
The evidence was basically just her saying that it happened, and 2 other women said something similar. Nobody did a police report. There was no DNA. There was no witness. They couldn't even remember the date that it happened. And plus what? They waited 20 plus years. Here's the thing, guys. Since Donald Trump became president, all this stuff comes out. Can I please talk? I let you guys just go back and forth for a little while. So,
actually, no, you can't talk. I'm going to thank my donors. Ruby, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Ruby W's down below in that comment section. Ruby says, I'm glad to see that you're doing better. I'm so sorry to hear about your dog. I hope that things get better for you. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Ruby. Let's get 500 Ruby W's down below in that comment section. Seriously, Ruby, that is an incredibly kind donation. And then Lord T, thank you for the $20, who says the U.S. judicial system is currently being tested in preparation for the 26 midterms to see what they could get away with in November. Absolutely, Lord T. Thank you for the $20. And then Kylie, thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to you. I appreciate you so much for that love. And thank you so much for everyone else who sent some love over on YouTube Super Chat. I'd also like to quickly thank Jenna. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I didn't file a police report either. Does this guest think I'm lying? Yes, Jenna, because they're a fucking shameless victim blamer. Thank you for the $10. Then Fussy, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Show some love to Fussy. Aubrey, thank you for the $10. She says, I love you and I love your life. So I love you too, Aubrey. Britt, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, for your Cessna fun. I never used to watch lives on here until a couple months ago. Love the transparency. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Britt. Yes, that Cessna fund is exploding, quite frankly. Hey, Rain, thank you for the $10. And I just read your message. I'm so sorry. I know exactly how it feels. Emily, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm so sorry about Shelby. I know how traumatic that is. Sending all my love. Thank you so much, Emily. Then Nicole, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Who says, I sincerely hope that one day you never find another Trump supporter. Yeah, me too, right? Me too. Thank you for the $20, Nicole. And then Kylie, thank you for the $5. Ben, thank you for the $10. Lily, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much, Lily. Then Emily and Alexia, thank you all so much for the $5. Stephanie, thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for all that you do in educating people. Well, I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the love, Stephanie. Then Megan with the $10. Who says, thank you for supporting the GJ Students Walkout. Oh, yes, you did see my comment. You're very local. Have to support it. Have to support it. Then Tess, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, Dean, listening to the Truth Triplets, you, Parker, and Santana, helps my day as a person with ADD who needs sound. Thank you for what you do, and happy birthday again, Santana. Yes, happy birthday to this guy right here. We fucking love Santana. Thank you for the $15. Then Michael, thank you for the 4. Connor, thank you for the 1. Then Joseph, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Joseph, thank you so very much. Let's get 250 Joseph W's, who says, keep on fighting the fight. I'll try my best, Joseph. Thank you so much. And then one more here on Venmo, Clay. I appreciate you for the $15 donation, who says, thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, Clay. Quickly, over on PayPal, a couple people I want to thank. First and foremost, Justin, it's good to see you. Thank you for the $25, who says, I hope you're doing well, man. Just know you mean a whole lot to me, and what you do means the world. Justin, dude, you've been here for months now. Thank you for the $25. Thank you for your continued support. Let's get 250 Justin W's, as well as 100 KWs. Appreciate you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Owen, thank you so much for the $25, who says, yo, Dean, I was having a bad anxiety attack in class as a result of the Alex Preddy incident, and I couldn't focus, so after I wrote a paper on my feelings of the state of America, let me know if you want to read it. Sure, Owen, send it over. And I feel you there, man. It is really easy to get panicked because the president is supporting the murder of citizens. Trust me, that is a reaction that everyone should have. Thank you for the $25. And then Yvonne, thank you for the $28 over on PayPal, dude. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Let's get 300. Yvonne W's, who says, Dean, I'm so sorry for your loss. You're an amazing young man. I couldn't be more proud of you. Keep fighting, educating dudes on the dark side, and most importantly, stay safe. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Yvonne. It's good to see you again. I think you've been here before, so thank you for the $28. And then, oh my God. Holy fucking shit. This is the last one, and by golly, is it a big one? Gabby, thank you for the $200 donation over on PayPal. Holy shit, Gabby. What the hell? Yo, let's get 2,000 big ol' Gabby W's on that TikTok stream, on that YouTube stream. That is like insane. I do not deserve a video of that, Gabby. That is so fucking kind of you. Sincerely, to the moon and back, thank you so much for the love. Gabby with the 200 says, hope you're doing well, Dean, and prioritizing your mental well-being during this time. That being said, keep fighting the good fight. America needs voices like yours to heal. Peace and love from the UK is always my guy, Gabby. Holy shit. You've also been watching for months. Let me tell you, I really get to know the names of the people who've been supporting over the course of months, and Gabby, you're definitely one of them. You've been here forever. Just know that I love and appreciate the hell out of you. You've always been so fucking kind. Please show some love to Gabby. Please show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. And that being said, if you do want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok, pin message on that YouTube stream, and of course, handles at the top of that phone screen. I honestly kind of forgot that we have a sick Trump supporter in the live waiting for a debate. So, Mike, the floor is yours. Santana.
I'll speed running. I've been trying to reply.
I
to
thought it
people
was
saying
my
thank
turn,
you.
Dean. You said I could go.
2
after,
seconds. I'll make it really quick. Tammy, thank you for the 20.
Okay.
Doreen, thank you for the 3. Amanda, thank you for the 5. Jordan, thank you for the 5. Sheila, thank you so much for the 10. Nikki, thank you for the 10. David, thank you for the 222. All of you guys are amazing for the birthday love, and a couple of really big ones that I have to call out. Brittany, thank you so much for the 25. Angela, thank you for the 50. Kate, thank you for the 30. And Danelle, thank you for the 50. And Darcy, thank you for the 100. And Chris, thank you for the 150. All of you guys are so fucking amazing. Thank you for the birthday love. I appreciate each and every one of you. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, MAGA man, it's your time to shine.
Oh, finally. Thank you.
Wait, I actually have a question. Was Alex Preddy murdered?
Was Alex Preddy murdered? I personally do not know. I want to see what...
Oh, just no clue. Just pinned to the ground, on all fours, unarmed. Someone shot him in his back.
I mean...
Don't really know.
Look, here's my take on that. I think that... I mean... Yes, he did have a firearm, but I think there's a lot of things leading up to that. There's impeding the investigation, and there's
not relevant to self-defense. I only want you to talk about things that would be relevant to the claim of self-defense. Honestly, I've become really annoyed with watching debates unfold about what happened to Alex Preddy over the course of the last week, 2 weeks, because it's like every single time a Trump supporter opens their mouth in defense of the claim that he was not murdered and the shooting was justified, y'all all just like yap about random shit that is not relevant, okay, to if the shooting was just or unjust. He didn't obstruct, okay? But you want to make the claim that he did obstruct, so I spend my time telling you and proving to you that he didn't, so you could avoid a conversation about a defense of the claim that he wasn't murdered instead, okay? Right? So I only want you to talk about facts that are relevant to point us towards the conclusion that Alex Preddy is not a victim of murder.
So there was that video that came out of him kicking the taillight. I think it's a... You have to look at it big picture.
Kicking a taillight a week ago is not relevant to if he was murdered when he was shot today.
Let me finish. Stop interrupting. Be a good boy, Dean. Be a good boy. So he was causing problems. There was that a week in advance, and then leading up to it, he's interfering. I don't think it is a smart thing to do when you're being like that and you have a firearm on that specific day to get up all up in an officer's face while they're trying to do their job. It's not a smart thing to do. Like, I don't know why anybody would think that's a good idea. You need to announce that you have a firearm as well. So I don't believe that he did that unless you can prove otherwise. But
Hey, what if I told you that the video that you're referencing a week earlier makes things worse for ICE?
Makes it worse.
Yeah. Think about this for a second. So there's visible documentation as far as Alex Purdy being in conflict with ICE a week prior. And a week prior, the actual tensions were even higher. It was an escalated situation where, yes, there was physical contact as far as Alex Purdy kicking the car and spitting at the car and them getting out and not only dogpiling him, but breaking ribs. And he had his gun on him in that situation. There were multiple ICE agents in that situation. It was because ICE had indiscriminately sprayed pepper spray into a crowd, which got women and children as well. And so he was pissed off about that. But there were high levels of tension where it was even more physical. And then a week later, under a less stressful situation, less high tension situation, not only were they unable to successfully handle or de-escalate that situation, but they literally murdered him under a different situation where it was less high intense. Like that would actually mean that ICE not only had the ability to handle Alex Purdy without killing him, because they had done so, but they literally made a decision to escalate the end result versus the first time.
I just don't know why he was trying to impede. And
can you please engage with what I just said, though? Like, can you actually engage with the premise of the first time making the second time look worse now?
I mean, they were actively trying to deport people who harm children, and he was...
Can you please address...
They weren't at Pennsylvania Avenue. No, you could get him to try to address it. Once you give up because he won't address it, let me know and I'll take over because I have a point I'd like to make. So, but
no, you can have it. I can tell he's not.
Feel free to try.
I mean, every situation's different. All
right. Are you ready for this to be super cut and dry? Check this out. This is going to be so fucking cut and dry. What is the legal standard for self-defense? What is the legal standard that authorizes LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force?
They feel threatened and harm.
Feel threatened? No. Try again.
Threatened and harmed of...
No. Try
dangerous
again.
Situation.
No. Try again. If you don't know, you could also say that, and I could,
If their life feels threatened, then I think that is...
No. Try again.
All right, well, then I'll let you tell me.
Awesome. The legal standard that authorizes LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force would be in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. Is it objectively reasonable to believe that the lives of the LEO who used the lethal force, or the lives of anybody within the immediate vicinity, were at an immediate risk of death? That is the legal standard for self-defense. So when you're attempting to argue that what happened to Alex Purdy was not murder, and you bring up, oh, it's just really stupid for him to kick that taillight a week ago, okay, that doesn't matter, because that doesn't increase or reduce the likelihood that it is true or false that in accordance with this objectively reasonable standard that he was purporting a immediate risk to the lives of the LEOs. When you bring up that, oh, he might have obstructed when he got in between the woman that was being pushed by the ICE agent and the ICE agent, completely irrelevant, because that doesn't increase or reduce the likelihood that it's true or false that in accordance with this objectively reasonable standard that Alex Purdy was purporting a threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the LEOs. So tell Santana, tell the stream what Alex Purdy did that objectively in accordance with this objective standard of reasonability, purported an immediate threat of serious bodily harm or death to the LEOs that killed him.
Is that not what I just said? Threatened of bodily harm or
No,
threatened
because
of their
not
life?
all,
That's
not
what
all,
I said.
not all
And
bodily
you said
harm
no.
would be serious or conducive towards death. And then that second claim, feeling threatened for your life, the reason why you're wrong is because you didn't add that addendum on of being of feeling reasonably threatened.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's like the most important
So-
part, by the way. That's not like a small thing. It is the reasonableness. Okay, is the most important part. So tell us, what did Alex Preddy do to reasonably purport an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the LEOs that killed him? That standard has to be met in order for the shooting to not be murder. How about we start there? Do you agree that that standard has to be met in order for it not to be murder?
The standard of
Alex Preddy
you said
purporting
reason. You said
Ale-
reason.
Ale-
Your words were
Alex
reasonably
Preddy purporting an
threatened.
objectively reasonable threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the LEOs.
I mean, it was a series of unfortunate events.
No. Do you accept, in order for his death to not be murder, do you accept or reject that Alex necessarily had to be purporting an objectively reasonable
I accept
imminent
that.
threat
Yes, I
of
accept
serious bodily harm or death to the LEOs that killed him? Okay, you accept that. So you don't believe it's murder. So now explicitly state what immediate threat of serious bodily harm or death he was purporting to the LEOs.
Again, like I'm going to say this big picture, there are many factors that go into it. It's like a puzzle. You have to put it all together to see it.
I just want to know what
Can
factors
you not
purported
interrupt
this
me?
imminent threat.
Can you not interrupt me?
I'll try my best,
telling
but I don't know.
my side. I'm literally telling my side, but you love to interrupt. That's all
I
you
do.
do. So, when getting a concealed to carry, they are teached to avoid all situations that are like this. It's all avoidable. It was not a smart thing to go and impede on their investigation.
This is
when
not
you put
relevant
that
towards the
together.
objective to this objective reasonability standard of an imminent threat to the
Yes,
lives
it
of
is.
the
I'm
agents.
putting it all together. That's not.
No,
that's
I'm so
not
sorry.
the-
You can't just say you're putting it all together because this isn't even a puzzle piece.
I mean, apparently it is for you to like
No,
see
it's
it out.
it's not a puzzle piece. Okay, I only want a description of what he did to purport this objectively reasonable imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to the agents.
He impeded with a gun and did not do what he should have been trained to do.
Okay, how did he impede?
They were doing their job. They were with the woman, and he got all up in the whole situation, and it was not
Okay.
a smart thing to
So
do.
he got in between the ICE agent and the woman, and merely because he had a gun, you think that purported an objectively reasonable threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the agents.
In some scenarios, yes.
No. In Alex Preddy's scenario, idiot.
I think from the point of view of some of the officers, I think it could be seen as that.
Okay, perfect. So your argument is because he got in between the agent and the woman while carrying a gun, he purported an objectively reasonable threat of serious bodily harm or death to the ICE agents. This is a very easy argument to prove wrong because it doesn't take my opinion. In fact, it just takes the Constitution and then the Supreme Court's opinion of the Constitution. In accordance with the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, officers are not authorized to engage in the use of lethal force against somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm. SCOTUS has made this ruling clear within Graham v. Connor. Your argument is null and void. So at this point, do you now concede, okay, that it was murder due to the fact that your argument that was being used to entail that he was purporting some objectively reasonable threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the agents is false?
I mean, the agents heard the gun and they couldn't communicate when they took him off.
Now the argument is changing. No, just concede.
It's not
that
changing. You
argument
didn't
was
let me
false.
finish. No, you didn't let me finish, Dean.
No. You literally reaffirmed that your argument was that he got in between the woman and the ICE agent while having a gun. You said that was your argument.
I'm telling.
No,
the
don't
whole
say
story
no. I'll
piece
replay
by
it. No.
piece.
I'll replay it.
No, you're gonna let me finish.
I'm gonna literally replay the VOD where you could hear yourself affirm that was your argument.
You are going to let me finish.
Are you ready for this to be? No. Hey, little boy, sit down. You shut up. Okay, Beta's getting real mad. I'm sorry that I'm proving you wrong. Oh, we got some big emotions. We got some big feelings on the live. I'm gonna replay the VOD so you could listen to yourself affirm that your argument, okay, for the conclusion that he was purporting a reasonable threat of serious bodily harm or death to the agents was him being
didn't let me
between
finish.
the woman and the ICE agent. I did let you finish, and I could prove it by replaying the VOD.
No, you can't.
Yes, I'm gonna do it right now. Stop talking so I can replay the VOD and prove you wrong.
There's a
Super
lot
cut and
going
dry.
on.
Check this out. This is gonna be so fucking cut and dry. What is? No. Reasonable.
I
accept that. What?
That's all
I
you do. To a smart thing. To
subjective reason.
I'm
so want a description of what he did to purport.
He should have been trained to. They were with
between the ICE agent and the woman.
Got all up in the whole situation, and it was not a smart thing to do.
So he got in between the ICE agent and the woman, and merely because he had a gun, you think that purported an objectively reasonable threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the agents.
In some scenarios, yes.
No. In Alex Preddy's scenario, idiot.
I think from the point of view of some of the officers, I think it could be seen as that.
Okay, perfect. So your argument is because he got in between the agent and the woman while carrying a gun, he purported an objectively reasonable threat of serious bodily harm or death to the ICE agents. This is a very easy argument to prove wrong. You just heard yourself accept that as your argument. You said, yes, Dean, the fact that he was in between the woman and the ICE agents while being in mere possession of a firearm is what purported an objectively reasonable imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death to the agents.
Again, number one, you don't let me finish. I said big picture. Do not talk. Give me 1 minute right now, Dean.
Yeah, you're going to talk about anything outside of the fact that I just proved your bitch ass wrong. What you're doing is you're attempting to muddy the waters.
Let me talk.
Okay?
The more you
draw
talk,
out your own argument because you know that it's loaded with bullshit. So you think if you load it with even more bullshit and then deny that I was able to defeat it when it only had a little bit of bullshit, that you will be able to win the debate by confusing the enemy, by confusing me, by making me stand, in a position where I'm unclear of what you're even saying. Okay, we heard you very clearly affirm that your position was, okay, that because he was in between the woman and the ICE agent, in mere possession of the firearm, they were authorized in killing him with the use of self-defense. Do you, now, after me playing that VOD, at the bare minimum, do you agree that that was your argument? Do you agree that that was the argument that you purported to us? That you said...
That is part of my argument.
That wasn't part of the argument. That was the argument.
It is part of my argument.
That wasn't part of the argument. That was the argument.
Why don't you be a good boy and listen to what I have to say?
Do you affirm that that was the argument?
It was not the argument. It was part of it. I told you big picture.
We're going to listen to the VOD again.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. We're going to listen to the VOD again. We're going to listen to the VOD again.
Dude, you are crazy.
I don't understand why we can't just listen to your words and then take you for your words. Why are you trying to change your words?
Yeah, tell that to Dean.
No, you're trying to change your words.
The thing is, I keep getting interrupted, Santana. If you guys would...
You have no impulse control.
We're playing the VOD again.
Was not a smart
thing.
You would just
so
let
he got
me
in
speak.
Between the ICE agent and the woman, and merely because he had a... YouTube just crashed. Okay. Give me a second, because we're going to replay this VOD. I need you to listen to yourself say that that was your argument. Threat of serious bodily harm or death to the ICE agents. This is an objection. The agent and the woman... Well, okay, perfect. So...
Thank you for the donut. In some scenarios, yes. He should have been trained to... They were with...
Between the ICE agent and the woman.
Got all up in the whole situation, and it was not a smart thing to do.
So he got in between the ICE agent and the woman. And merely because
you interrupted
he had
me
a gun,
there.
you think that purported an objectively reasonable threat. We're going to replay it because you interrupted it.
All up in the whole situation, and it was not a smart thing to do.
So he got in between the ICE agent and the woman. And merely because he had a gun, you think that purported an objectively reasonable threat of imminent bodily harm or death to the agents.
In some scenarios, yes.
No. In Alex Preddy's scenario, idiot.
I think from the point of view of some of the officers, I think it could be seen as that.
Okay. You literally heard me go.
That was
okay.
2 interruptions right there. I can count them on my
You
hands.
you literally heard me go, okay, so your argument is that because he was in between the ICE agent and the woman in mere possession of the firearm, that purported an objectively reasonable threat of serious bodily injury or death to the agents. You said in some scenarios, yes. Then I said no in Alex Pretty's scenario, and you said yes. You affirm that, yes, you think he was purporting this threat of serious bodily harm or death to the agents because he was standing in between the agents and the woman with a gun.
After you said that, my exact words were the POV from the officers. I could see how it could be. But again, you didn't let me finish. So
we heard you affirm the argument. I'm sorry, this is bullshit.
No.
This has nothing to do with you not being able to finish because we heard you say yes, Dean. Because we heard me go, so this is your argument. Then we heard you go, yes.
We heard you interrupt me twice.
We heard you go, yes. We oh my God. We heard me repeat the argument. Then we heard you go, yes. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Can you listen to me?
We heard me repeat your argument. Then we heard me ask you, sir, is this your argument? And then we heard you say, yes, Dean, that's my argument. And now you're trying to say that I wasn't correctly representing your argument because I interrupted you? You said yes. You said that is your argument. So let's try again. Okay? For the last time, give us the argument to reasonably conclude, okay, that Alex Pretty was purporting an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death to the ICE agents.
Thank you. That's all I literally wanted. I just wanted you to let me talk again. So I'm going to start over, and I don't want any interruptions. Is
Just
that clear?
fucking go.
I just don't want any interruptions.
Give us the argument to reasonably conclude that Alex, I just want to know what Alex Pretty did to the agents to reasonably purport a threat of serious bodily injury or death. What did he do to them?
So now you're changing your question.
Yes, I'm making it more specific.
Well, the answer that I was giving before was big picture scenario. Now you're trying to make it more specific.
Yes, I'm trying to make it more specific because he had to do something to those agents to justify it in that interaction. He had to do something inside of the interaction with those LEOs for them to be justified in the use of deadly force. So inside of the interaction that Alex Pretty had with the ICE agents, what did he do to purport an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death?
60 seconds, no interruptions. He impeded on the investigation. He had a firearm. He didn't call out that he had a firearm. It's a big situation. There's multiple officers. There's a whole scenario. The agents heard a gun, number one. They couldn't communicate, and they took him off because there was protesters honking. They were yelling. They were blowing whistles. It was this whole big scene. So, in my opinion, officer POV, not everything's in slow motion. It's a whole chaotic situation. I think that there can be a reasonable cause of bodily harm or life-threatening
Which was what?
Situation.
Which was what?
What I just told you.
Okay, the fact that he had a gun.
I guess you're deaf.
No, I'm not deaf. I'm listening to you clearly. You said the fact that he had a gun, he was impeding, and protesters were blowing their whistles. Is that what you're saying?
Big picture, I said.
No, not big picture. He had to do something to them in that interaction. Why can't you affirm your argument? Can you affirm or deny that your position is because he had a gun, he impeded, and protesters were blowing their whistles, that they were justified in the use of lethal force? Is that your argument, yes or no? And guys, remember, for everybody watching from home, he knows that if he never gives a clear argument, then I'll never give a clear rebuttal. That's why he's acting like this. He is scared of giving a clear argument to justify his belief because the moment he does, he's cooked. The moment I am able to get a clear argument that he affirms, he's fucking cooked because I'll prove it wrong. So just to be clear, is the argument that because he had a gun, he obstructed, and protesters were blowing their whistles, that the LEOs were justified in the use of lethal force. Is that your argument for what you think he did in that interaction with the LEOs to justify their use of lethal force? Yes or no?
Not gonna do it.
The whole. Was I muted? Could you not hear me?
We can hear you. So is that your argument, yes
Okay.
or no?
My argument is that, and
just
the,
yes or no.
that's part of my argument. I
But
still
is that
believe
the
you're
whole argument?
downplaying what I said.
Is that
It's
the whole
not
argument?
the whole argument, but
Okay,
that's a
so
good
then
chunk.
let's try again, sir. Drum roll, please. What is the whole argument of what Alex Preddy did in that specific engagement with those specific LEO officers that authorized them for their use of lethal force against him in accordance with the lethal force standard of him purporting an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to them?
He was impeding on the investigation. He got physical. He intervened with the investigation. He had a firearm with him. He did not do what he was trained to do. There was a chaotic situation, protesters honking, yelling, whistles blowing. As well, it also wasn't ICE. It was also the Customs Border Patrol. It's a whole situation. This whole thing, I believe, also partially is because the Democratic leaders weren't working with Trump on the whole situation.
Wait. Sorry, you're now giving a non-answer. So what we heard you say before you started like pivoting to Democratic leaders is that he impeded, by getting physical, by putting himself in between the ICE agent and the woman, he had a gun and the protesters were being loud and blowing whistles. Right?
Yes.
So that's your whole argument.
Pretty much, yeah.
Remember 30 seconds ago when you said that wasn't your whole argument?
No, you left out the whole whistles part. You left out the whole situation.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't.
did.
I literally said. Okay, for
You
sure.
could literally go back, man.
Let's put some money on it. How much money do you want to bet?
The clip that you played back previously.
How much money do you want to bet that
I want to be 100% clear. I will put money on this if it is the replay that you played back before.
No, I'm literally talking about 5 seconds ago. I said 30 seconds ago.
No, 5 seconds ago I said that.
I literally said 30 seconds ago. So is your whole argument, okay, that he was obstructing, had a gun, and the protesters were blowing whistles, and you said no? That's not your whole argument. But you're now reaffirming that is your whole argument. Now you're reaffirming that is your whole argument. But in response to me pointing out your hypocrisy, because I repeated the same argument 30 seconds ago now, and 30 seconds ago you said it wasn't your whole argument, and now you're saying it is your whole argument. You said, well, Dean, 30 seconds ago, you did not bring up the protesters blowing whistles.
I didn't hear you say that, but...
Okay, so how much money do you want to bet?
Honestly, like, I'm done with the childish games. I'll even give it to you at this point, even if he
Good boy. Now let's start dissecting that view. So we've
Can I
already
say
got
one thing really quick.
Of course.
Something that he was way off on. Just FYI, Minnesota is not a duty to inform state. So the whole premise that he had to let anyone know that he had a concealed weapon, that's not true. Sorry. Go ahead, Dean.
Let's just go ahead and reduce the argument very simply. Okay, so putting himself in between the woman and the agent does not justify them using deadly force, because when he did so, there was no threat of serious bodily injury or death. So that point is null and void. Now, of course, this goes into your second point about having the gun. Well, having a gun and being in mere possession of a firearm is not an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, not to mention that he was disarmed in on all four. They killed him. Okay? And of course, the argument that merely being in possession of a firearm does not purport an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death would be the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, alongside SCOTUS rulings like Graham v. Connor. In fact, the NRA affirmed 3 days ago on Twitter that is dangerous and wrong to assume that because you're in mere possession of a firearm, that cops can kill you. So second point is null and void. Now to move on to the third point. Your third point was, well, the protesters were blowing whistles. Yeah. Protesters engaging in their First Amendment right to freedom of speech by blowing whistles does not purport an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death to any LEO. And one is very understood, very common sense, and very stupid for you to make. So once again, just to repeat, because I don't want my counter-argument to be vague or elusive, you did affirm that your argument to conclude that it was not murder but rather self-defense was three-pronged and rest on three suppositions. The first supposition was that he inserted himself in between the woman and the ICE agent, potentially obstructing. The second supposition is that he had a gun, and the third supposition was that the protesters were blowing whistles. Once again, the refutation of the first point was that merely obstructing, even if that's the case, didn't purport any threat of harm or death to the agents. The second point being in possession of a gun. Okay, the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment in SCOTUS rulings have repeated that being in mere possession of a firearm does not purport nor authorize LEOs to kill you. And the third point about blowing whistles, protesters blowing whistles, A, was not Alex, B, was not illegal as their First Amendment right, and C, does not purport or authorize any threat / like I said, authorize LEOs to kill you. Your argument is dead in the water, sir.
Again, it was a series of unfortunate events. I think.
No, I don't want to hear a series of unfortunate events. Do you concede the argument now that I've defeated it?
I'm not really necessarily going to concede. I think all of this is avoidable.
Then what is the counter argument?
I think it's
no. What is the counter argument against my refutation?
I just think putting all of that together from an officer's
I know, but I proved you
POV.
wrong. I proved you wrong. So what is a counter argument to my refutation?
A counter argument to what you said. You proved me wrong. Where's your sources?
Yeah, source for what claim? Feel free to ask.
When the whole thing is like if the officer reasonably, in your words,
No. I want you to
felt
respond to
threatened.
my refutation. I want you to prove my refutation wrong. I want you to prove me wrong when I say that merely being in possession of a firearm, merely obstructing or obstructing while being in possession of a firearm, or having bystanders blowing whistles in accordance with their First Amendment right does not authorize LEOs in the use of lethal force. Prove me wrong.
I mean, it's not merely one thing. They all simultaneously happen.
Yes,
so
there's
you can't
three
just...
things simultaneously working together. Do not authorize LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force. That's not true.
And how is that not true?
Yeah, because the three things on their own are false. Okay, so it's what we call it's what we call composition fallacy. All right, but anyways, so just to be clear, all right. So when you obstruct, okay, that doesn't necessarily purport any deadly threat to the agents, even when you obstruct while having a firearm on your body, okay, because you're still not using that firearm to attempt to kill them, or you, and because of that, you're not purporting any reasonable threat of serious bodily harm, not to mention that by the time they killed him, they had already taken his gun away. I feel like I'm talking to like a toddler, dude, and I've been talking to kids all day, honestly. My cortisol levels are way higher than they should be. Like this fool is a child. He's an egotistical narcissist that has an inability to concede when his moronic ass is wrong.
If you would just have a normal conversation and be calm and not interrupt, and from the start,
answer a question. You've been disingenuous this whole time. You won't answer a direct
Don't give me
question.
attitude. How about we just be calm and have a
Just
conversation?
answer
guys?
questions directly. Like, why are you pivoting so hard? Just answer the questions.
I'm giving you my whole take on why I think this.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna drop down. I gotta get ready to head out with the wife for an evening full of fun. But I appreciate you having me up. Please take care of yourself. Don't let these people drive you crazy tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. They definitely are, because it's been the same type of person for 3 hours straight. But like I said, man, happy birthday, and I hope that you genuinely do enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you later. Hey, buddy, why did you kill your wife? Buddy?
Hey, baby girl.
Buddy? Why did you kill your wife?
Why did you kill your wife? What's up, baby girl?
Why did you kill your wife?
I appreciate you letting me skip line.
Why did you kill your wife?
I appreciate you letting me skip
Can you
line.
answer the question? Why did you kill your wife?
I didn't kill my wife.
Yeah.
I wasn't married. No, I wasn't married.
So you killed your girlfriend?
No, it wasn't my girlfriend.
So you killed a friend?
Do you have any information at all?
Yeah.
Is this how you run your life? Do
I know
you
that
just
killed a woman.
you just go with no information at all?
Yeah, I know
Is
that
how
you killed
you do
a
it.
I know that you killed a woman. Why did you kill a woman?
Oh, okay, so now we've deduced it down to I've killed somebody. I didn't kill nobody.
Well, that's certainly not what the records say.
Yeah, well, that's not correct.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You got into a car crash with a woman, then strangled her to death. I think it's actually the mother of your child. Fun fact, guys. Of course, we're not going to have him up here. I just wanted to see, because on another live previously, he just straight up admitted to it. And I wanted to see if we could get that admittance again, because I feel like if we have that admittance in front of so many people, like on the VOD, like charges would be pursued. Yes. So that guy killed the mother of his child by strangling her to death. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Shout out to you, Kevin. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. We got Texas Wood loading in. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello, do you support Trump?
Sure do.
Are you driving a big rig?
No! I'm in a big rig, but I'm not driving it. I wouldn't be on TikTok driving. That's illegal.
I don't know if we've ever had a guest, literally ever, that has like been more obviously driving. like oh my god, like the sound of the truck driving was like infinitely louder than his own voice. That's kind of funny. Hi, do you support Trump? Joe? I'm gonna give you 5 seconds here, Joe. Hello, Joe. Joe's not here. Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, folks. I'm not going to lie, we're only 3 hours into the live, but I'm really, really, really tired. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to make it. I'm going to try my best to go to 4 hours, but honestly, we may end a little bit before then. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
Awesome, man. Give me a second here, then I'll pass that mic off to you. I'm just going to thank a couple of donors. Rodney, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate that so much for the thank you so much for the love, Rodney. Rodney with a 20 says, 1, when did the agents know he had a gun? 2, what did he do to impeach encroach upon their operations? Whistles and cameras are not. 3, Alex was such a threat. He had his back to the agent and he was saving the woman. Yeah, Rodney, that last guy was terrible. We're done with him, man. He was insane. As well as Gold. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Huge shout out to Rodney and Gold. Show some love to Gold down below. Gold with the 50 says, I'm so tired of these people saying, quote unquote, what would you do in that situation if you were the officer? It is the officer's job to know what excessive force is. It is their job to go through training, which is very little. Much love to you, Dean. Yes, they're supposed to be able to like function and operate significantly better than you, I, or any other American that doesn't work like in the industry. Because of their training in those high stress environments. So that is a very good and a very fair point. Please show some love to both Gold and Ronnie down below. Handful of other people I want to thank super duper quickly over on PayPal. I would like to start by thanking Sonny. Thank you so much, Sonny, for the, let's see here, $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sonny. Sebastian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Who says, how the hell do you justify killing somebody because someone around them was blowing a whistle? Yeah, he's just stupid. Sonny, thank you for the $10 for the quote-unquote brainwashing. Owen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, man. Damien, thank you for the 1. Nora, thank you for the 5. Then Lock Lynn, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the love. Let's get 200 Lock Lynn W's. Down below in that comment section, I'd also like to quickly thank Brooke. Thank you for the $20, who says, this is for Santana's birthday, sending through you. So now he has to give you his address. Well, Brooke, thank you for the $20. And yes, don't worry, I'm going to get a hold of Santana's address one way or another. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Brooke down below. Then Kylie, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, what you do is very important. You were so amazing. Watching in on hope from afar. Well, Kylie, thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the $20 donation. Then IRMINA, thank you for the $16, who says, I'm so sorry for your last day strong. Appreciate that. Thank you. Then Caitlin, thank you for the $25, who says, thank you for dealing with the Trump supporters. I really hope to hear the day that you debate my pastor father. Bro, Caitlin, get inside of that queue the next time you're with him, and I will happily fucking debate his ass. Thank you for the $25, and I cannot wait to debate your father. Huge shout out to Caitlin. Then Anna, thank you for the $20, who says, I've told my Trumpy dad multiple times to talk to you or listen to you, and he won't. I think it's because he's scared of being wrong. Yes, he is scared of being wrong. We hear that a lot. And we see that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the $20. Taylor, thank you for the $20 as well. You just dropped a little blue heart. Thank you so much for the love. Looks like we are all caught up over on PayPal. Seriously, y'all, I really fucking appreciate y'all so much for the love. You guys have been so incredibly kind today. And I'm just very, very grateful for y'all. Thank you. We also do quickly have just a couple people to thank over on Venmo. Let's go to do that now. Diane, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Bree with the $5. I appreciate that. Then Layla, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, please don't read this in live. Okay, I'll keep that to myself. Let's get 100 Layla W's. Ashton and Madison, appreciate y'all for the $5 and happy birthday, Madison. Sean, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Show some love to Sean, who says, I live in Minnesota and have a permit to carry. We are only required to announce when asked, not just upon interaction with officials. 80% of people on your stream and Parker's live spout untruths by people not familiar with our rules. I'm a competitive pistol shooter for reference. Oh, so Sean, you definitely know your shit. Well, thank you for informing me, and thank you so much for the $25. Also, Bethany, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Then, Sean, you actually sent another $25, so let's get 500 Sean W's, who says, God damn, this argument is so dumb. How about this? Who are the trained ones? The cops. Are we now in a place where citizens need to be trained professionals when engaging with LEOs, or should the agents be the highly trained and composed ones? So fucking stupid. He was so fucking stupid, Sean. Thank you so much for the $25. And then Anon, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, hey, I just wanted to say that I hope you're well and I appreciate you. I've been having some pretty serious health issues lately. The streams really keep my mind off of all of it. Thank you for being you. Anon, please message me. Tell me what's going on. You know, it's like, I know you, you know me, you got my information. Please let me know what's up. And then Missy, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Appreciate that so much, Missy. That is crazy. Missy with a 50 says, Dean, I had a busy day. I saw a notification. It said that it said Trump, so I stopped looking. Went about my day, finally sat down and and I'd not seen any news today. Glad I got to learn about the files on your live. Also, thank you for hanging in there with the ones that are left. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $50, Missy. The only thank you for the $19 who says, Dean, I'm really proud of everything that you've done. Yeah, the only. I could get into that. Thank you for the $17. Then Kamani, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, listening to these subhuman bootlickers defend Alex Pretty's execution makes my heart break all over again. Yeah, it's literally fucking terrible. JD, thank you so much for the 5. Peyton, I appreciate you for the $30, who says, thank you for everything you do. You genuinely get me through the day every day. Well, Peyton, I'm really fucking happy that the streams help you out. I mean, I recognize your name. You've definitely dropped a handful of donations before, so you've definitely been here for a while. Thank you for the love, Peyton. Then Heather, I appreciate you for the $10, saying, will you sing to Santana? I would have done that if I thought about that earlier. God damn. And it looks like we're all caught up. I appreciate you all so much for the love. All right, dude, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Sure. So, I feel that I'm a guy that I understand the Constitution. I understand the Declaration of Independence. I feel that, really he stuck to a very much, originalist approach as an executive. I feel
Wait,
that...
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yes, I feel that he's been very good in terms of sticking to his role as an executive. Has been rather, I would say, he hasn't been such a strong executive as people put him. He's actually hasn't really stepped out of his constitutional powers. I felt that he's been, well within the Constitution.
I'm so sorry. That's just certainly false.
Well, in terms of when you look at how the country was founded and you look at, the country being found on natural rights, enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and then ratified by the Constitution in 1788 and 1789, you see a pattern of executives really starting to gain more power. And I think in the modern sense, I think that President Trump has actually really held it back. I think he has not been, he's used his powers constitutionally aggressively, but he has not necessarily stepped out of his powers. And that's what I've been
I could give you like multiple very clear examples of him stepping out of his powers.
Sure. No, I mean, I would love to talk about that. And
I talk about this one a bit, and it's just because it's a clear cut and dry example of him violating the Constitution. And that would, of course, been when he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants with an executive order. That was very clearly Trump stepping out of the bounds of the Constitution, both the 14th Amendment, because, that's the amendment that guarantees them birthright citizenship, and, of course, the Supremacy Clause of Article 2, which would set the bounds of the presidency to be in confinement of the Constitution.
Sure. So you're talking first, I'll answer the part about the 14th Amendment. That's assuming that you're reading that amendment in that way. If you're reading the amendment in the original sense, you will see that amendment has to do very much with subject to the jurisdiction of, that meant specifically that you had to be subject to the jurisdiction of, that not that you could just, it was meant.
And I'd argue that undocumented immigrants have always been subject to the jurisdiction thereof, even taking an originalist approach to the interpretation of the amendment. Because SCOTUS ruled less than 40 years after the 14th was ratified what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, and it very clearly applies to undocumented immigrants. In fact, SCOTUS rulings since have used the definition provided of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case to give undocumented immigrants other 14th Amendment rights.
Sure. I would argue, though, that SCOTUS has also done, like in Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal. And just because the SCOTUS says something does not mean that SCOTUS does not set policy. SCOTUS is simply to rule on past judgment. I would state
but SCOTUS interprets the Constitution. So
yes, for sure.
When they make a ruling about the standing of the interpretation of the Constitution, that just means that is what currently is. Okay, and it currently is the case that the 14th Amendment applies to undocumented immigrants. So it currently is the case that Donald Trump is stepping out of the bounds of the Constitution in breach of Article 2 and Amendment 14 with Executive Order number 14160. It's very clear.
Well, I mean, obviously that is that is the classic statement on the left, and I'm not knocking it. I understand it. It's a different view. Myself, I've view it very differently. I believe that when we are a people and we come and we constitute a constitution, that illegal immigrants, for example, do not have constitutional rights. They do not have constitutional rights because they have not joined the civil body politic. They just haven't.
I'm so sorry. That is an ahistorical and legal opinion of reality. Undocumented immigrants absolutely do have constitutional rights. This is not only what's been long withstanding, given to us by SCOTUS, given to us by our legislators, but it's absolutely true. I just don't even know how you could say that. How about this? If SCOTUS ruled that undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights, legally speaking, would undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
not.
I can explain. Let's just bump this back a level. Okay, what is the job of SCOTUS in accordance with A, the Constitution, and B, the job that they've given themselves through their rulings?
No, I see what you're trying to do, and you're right in the sense of that what you're trying to do is trying to get me to say that SCOTUS has no meaning. They do have meaning. They have very much. They set the precedent. It's extremely important. At the same time, what I'm saying is that basically SCOTUS is there to direct. SCOTUS is there not to change the law in itself. SCOTUS is there to rule on the law. It's not there to make the law.
Exactly. Yes, they rule on the law. They rule on the standing of the Constitution. And it is the case that they've ruled on the standing of the Constitution as it would apply to undocumented immigrants. And they've ruled that undocumented immigrants do have constitutional rights. By the way, that is universally accepted. That is not rejected by anybody with a brain. Okay? Like, can you actually point me towards a single legal scholar that would hold to the opinion that undocumented immigrants possess zero constitutional rights?
Sure. I mean, like legal scholars like Harry Jaffa, if you've read Harry Jaffa.
What's his last name? How do you spell it?
Jaffa.
Okay. Harry Jaffa. And then where can I find that he thinks that undocumented immigrants possess zero rights?
Storm Over the Constitution.
What is that called?
Storm. I believe it's Storm Over the Constitution. I wrote my thesis on this.
Oh, so you wrote a thesis on this. So just to clarify, I want to clarify in your view. You think if our government passed legislation to genocide undocumented immigrants, that would constitutionally be sound?
I'm not talking about genocide.
But I am. So you think it would be constitutional to genocide undocumented immigrants?
No, absolutely not.
What right would they have to prevent that?
So they have natural rights, right? I mean, if you obviously understand the founding very well.
But by what body are those natural rights protected?
I mean, those are given by, if you read Locke's second treatise, it's by God. I mean, it's by...
I know. So you think that they have these moral rights, okay?
They have these moral rights.
There are moral, negative, and positive rights in which they possess. Actually,
You
just
understand
negative.
it, exactly. You
Positive
understand.
rights are necessarily like a type of obligation that another person or body would have to you.
You understand.
But yes, so you'd say that they possess these like moral negative rights. That's fine. But I'm asking you, is there any institution in America that guarantees protection of those?
Of those, yes, I would say yes. I would
Okay, which
say
ones?
that the federal government does, and the Bill of Rights does.
Wait, so the Bill of Rights guarantees protections to undocumented immigrants?
No. I'm talking about citizens. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, but I asked you a question about undocumented immigrants.
okay.
Is there any
So
is there any institution in the United States of America in which guarantees protection to the natural rights of undocumented immigrants?
So I would answer it this way, that the moral law protects them, the Constitution does not.
Okay, so there's no institution. So legally, you think that the federal government could pass a piece of policy tomorrow to systemically round up all undocumented immigrants and kill them, and that would be legal. That'd be constitutionally sound.
Well, the foundation of the foundation of the Constitution was based off the moral law. So, and I mean, you can James Wilson, whether you have James Otis, Annie Hamilton, Washington, Madison, they all wrote the Federalist Papers. I mean, Federalist Papers were a construction based off moral law. Federalist 42, Federalist 10. These are, I mean, very, very important papers. But
can you just give a clear answer? Okay. If our federal government passed a piece of legislation tomorrow to systemically round up undocumented immigrants to then kill them all, would that be constitutionally sound?
Constitutionally, it would, unfortunately, yes. Not that I agree with that.
Not that you agree with that. So you think that undocumented immigrants should have constitutional protections?
I think that their natural rights should be protected. Remember, if you
okay,
have a constitutional
well, so
right,
I mean, you just made my job like a whole lot easier, because what you're telling us is that unfortunately the Constitution doesn't guarantee them any like protections. I think it should.
Right.
Okay, so first and foremost, you were descriptively wrong. The Constitution does guarantee those protections. I mean, like for instance, I'm sure that you're familiar with. Maybe just for instance, the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment, it's pretty clear. It doesn't say before you deprive life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness away from any citizen, you must first give them due process. A law says any person. So, I mean, is it your interpretation that the word person does not apply to undocumented immigrants?
But could I ask you one question then, and maybe you'll answer it well? My question is, if we allow people to come on this land and for them to immediately gain constitutional rights, when you talk about a body politic, you talk about consent, right? You have a person who consents to entering into the society consents with the individual consents with the society. We don't have that when, let's say, illegal immigrants come in. Therefore,
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that? I was looking at something else.
No, that's okay. I said, so, there's what we call implicit and explicit consent, right? So, for example, when an illegal immigrant comes into the country, they are not consenting to come, but the United States does not consent itself to it. That's the legal process does give consent from the United States, but the illegal process does not.
So I mean, nice philosophical framework, but your philosophical framework, which I completely disagree with, does not withhold any legal standing surrounding the legal interpretation of what the word person means in the Fifth Amendment, right? Because the question that I'm asking you is to dispute your view that undocumented immigrants possess zero constitutional rights. My first dispute of this view is very simple. The first dispute of the view would be as follows. The Fifth Amendment is clear about who has due process. It says every person has due process. So in order for you to argue... Due process
is a natural right just as well as it is a constitutional right.
Yeah, so it's guaranteeing them protection for their natural rights. So that
that
embodies like many constitutional rights. So many constitutional rights would just merely be institutional protections for one's natural rights. Okay, but it's still a constitutional right because it's an institutional protection for one's natural right. By the way, I think it's cool that you believe that due process is a natural right. I hear otherwise very often. Okay. But at the end of the day, all that I'm simply trying to demonstrate here is that yes, the Constitution does guarantee at least one right to undocumented immigrants. And all that I need to prove is that the Constitution guarantees at least one right to undocumented immigrants. In order to prove your view, the Constitution guarantees 0 rights to undocumented immigrants wrong.
Sure. So I would say then if the Constitution guarantees, if the Constitution guarantees rights to illegal immigrants, then they would have the right to vote.
No, that's not necessarily true.
And why is that?
I could go through the reasons why after I ask you why you decided to start talking about an undocumented immigrant's right to vote instead of just giving a dispute to my claim that undocumented immigrants at least have some constitutional rights, with me giving you an example under the Fifth Amendment stating verbatim that any person in this country has a right to due process. Can you agree? Can you agree that in order for you to argue that undocumented immigrants have 0 rights, you would have to argue that undocumented immigrants are not people?
100% I agree with that. 100%.
So you don't think that undocumented immigrants are people?
No. I think undocumented immigrants are people, which is 100% why they have their natural rights, which is 100% why they should have due process.
Wait. No, 1 second. I'm so sorry. I feel like you're being dishonest because you're intelligent enough to know the issue within your logic, okay? When I'm having a conversation with you about the Fifth Amendment and its protection of due process for undocumented immigrants, this does not conclude that the Constitution is giving them that natural right. I mean, you clarified earlier that you think in accordance with like Lockean, like a state and social philosophy, that those natural rights are given to you by God. They're merely protected by the Constitution. So when we're talking about the Fifth Amendment, that's not the Constitution giving them this natural right. It is a constitutional protection for their natural rights, which just once again demonstrates that yes, undocumented immigrants do have some constitutional protections / constitutional rights, as they have a constitutional right to due process because the Fifth Amendment protects that natural right.
I agree with what you're saying, yes.
Okay, so then you concede the premise that undocumented immigrants have no constitutional protections.
The way you've explained it is, which I think is very, very clear and very well said. I think that the problem is, yes, they do have certain constitutional rights, and I'll concede that respectfully, no problem. What I'm saying though is that that gets transformed into, okay, they have the rights to vote, they have the right to, all this sort of stuff. And it's a dangerous line.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. And it's not a dangerous line either. Because voting is not a right. It is a privilege and immunity granted to citizens. That's just how it's legally described. And that's very consistent with the 14th Amendment. In fact, I actually have this lawyer friend that probably knows a whole lot more than I do about that specific topic that's watching her now, that I have a full invite to come up if they want. I don't know if they will or not. But you know who you are. You're invited if you would like to join. But I'd like to clarify here. Okay, now that you've kind of opened the door here to accepting that undocumented immigrants have some constitutional protections, now it's time that we really get on to the meat on the bone here in reference to the 14th Amendment. It is clear that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have a constitutional right to birthright citizenship because of the historical interpretation on the subject matter given case law and SCOTUS rulings. So Chief Justice Gray? Yes, Chief Justice Gray in 1898 made a ruling on the U.S. versus Juan Kemart case, and in the footnotes he stated that being subject to the jurisdiction thereof literally just means that you are within the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
And it seems like you're like a very super nuanced, specific kind of guy. I don't know if I'd be able to give you a concrete, clear, strict definition of what it means to be within the jurisdiction thereof. That probably goes beyond the scope of my understanding of the Constitution. But what I can tell you with this concrete level of clarity is that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof, because that was explicitly ruled in the Plyer v. Doe case in 1989. So now that we understand that in accordance with SCOTUS from the 19th century, being subject to the jurisdiction thereof is not more or less comprehensive than being within the jurisdiction thereof, and it is true that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof as ruled in the Plyer v. Doe SCOTUS court case, it is true that therefore if they have children that are born on American soil, they are citizens with a claim to inalienable citizenship.
Well, that's certainly what, the I would say unoriginalist or, side says, and it's well said. I give you respect. What I would say to counter that would be that subject to the jurisdiction of was specifically put there because of the fact that, what they were trying to do was to get black people as citizens at the time. That's what the goal of the amendment was. The goal of the amendment. And so when you're looking at an amendment, you can't just look at, use the words subject to the jurisdiction of, and then say, okay, we can let a whole flock of people here, and if they happen to be on the soil, they get these rights. That's not what it was meant for. The original intention was meant to make sure that black individuals, because they were subject to the jurisdiction of our laws, they were living under our laws, but they were not considered, were considered 3/5 of a person, that this was then to change.
So I don't think so I said earlier that the originalist position of, of the Constitution, including its amendments, is compatible with my view here for birthright citizenship for undocumented immigrants. I don't think I ever explained how. So you are maybe 75% right in everything that you just said. Because yes, the main intention for the 14th Amendment was to ensure that black people in America have birthright citizenship after the Dred Scott decision, as I'm sure you're aware. However, that wasn't the only intention. And we actually learn a lot more about the full intention of the 14th Amendment by reading the congressional debate from the floor of the House and the Senate, most notably in 1866, 2 years before its ratification. Here's a quote from Senator John Conness. He was one of the two senators of California at the time. And he said, and I quote, "The proposition before us relates simply to the children begotten of Chinese parents in California, and it is proposed to declare that they shall be citizens." And of course, there was back and forth debate on the subject matter for, literally 2 years. So it was went on for a while. But I think the reason why I'm bringing this up is just it goes to show that no, this originalist intention from Congress when ratifying the amendment wasn't merely and only to give birthright citizenship to black people in this country, but it was also to ensure that there's birthright citizenship for the children of individuals who have immigrated to the country.
I totally, I agree. I also agree with that, but I think to then take that, and I do. And I also appreciate the method that you're using, as opposed to just going out and saying what contorting the words, you're actually going into the original makers of the amendment and you're going back and factually backing that. So I agree with that. What I disagree with is that, though, when you look at the intention of the amendment, and then you look at, for example, what therefore the left says this means therefore that all people who come in, they come into the country illegally, they've already broken the law, and they now say that they have, birthright citizenship. This is just not what the intention of the amendment was.
Listen, I think that you are attempting to make an argument rooted out of the fact that undocumented immigration is much more predominant today than it was then. But I think that you forget that, the people who who made the Constitution were undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigration was not a completely unforeseen concept nor idea, either it be during the ratification of the 14th or, within the drafting of the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the, 7 articles, the preamble of the Constitution. So I'm not willing to just accept your argument on face value. Plus, I don't really like this super stringent version of originalism that you're purporting to us, because I feel like we could use the super stringent version of originalism. We must take the amendments to only operate under the scope as explicitly defined by those in which passed it in Congress to mean. I feel like that would significantly limit our First Amendment rights. Because there was no way that Congress could have intended to protect speech beyond the scope of either spoken language or pen on parchment paper. All of a sudden now the government has a right to, turn around and take people off of TV for saying that they don't like Trump because that wasn't in the original scope of the intention of the drafters of the First Amendment. Or now there are no constitutional protections for my right to own a handgun under any circumstances whatsoever. Now all guns are banned, except of course for muskets, because those were the only guns that existed when passing the Second Amendment. So, I just generally don't like that super stringent version of originalism. Plus, I feel like the really big reason reason why you actually lose on this originalist argument here is because we got clarification from SCOTUS less than 40 years later on what they mean, right? In the U.S. versus Wonkamart case, we've talked about it a lot and how they define exactly what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, so on and so forth, etc. Maybe if we got that court case in like the 20th century, maybe if we got that court case in like the 1980s, like sure, it wouldn't be as meaningful to combat this originalist perspective on the 14th. But because we got that while the people who drafted the 14th Amendment were still alive, some of them are like still in power. Okay.
Right.
I almost like want to like sit here and say that that U.S. versus Wonkamart case clarifying what the 14th Amendment means actually ought to be considered when acting in accordance with an originalist interpretation of specifically the 14th Amendment. And if we are to consider the U.S. versus Wonkamart case's clarification on the 14th Amendment and what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, then I kind of find there to be an automatic concession surrounding an undocumented immigrant's compatibility with said amendment due to the fact that they very specifically described who does and who does not qualify for birthright citizenship, and in accordance with their description and case law and other SCOTUS rulings since, like Pilar v. Doe, undocumented immigrants have been and will continue to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof and will have a claim to birthright citizenship.
For sure that is the standing now, so there's nothing I can do about that. But I think Clarence Thomas has sort of spoken about that. You know, he'd like to revisit that. I think Trump has said multiple times that he would like to revisit it. And a totally different subject. If I could ask you a question, if that's okay.
I actually just have one more question on that subject.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that you just said something that's very dangerous to your own argument, because
Sure.
you just like explicitly agreed, yes, it is the legal standing. Documented immigrants, or more so their children born on American soil, do have a claim to birthright citizenship. But I mean, the first thing that you said when you joined the live is that, you know, Trump has been in good standing with the Constitution.
Yes.
But if you accept that the legal standing of the 14th Amendment is that the children born to undocumented immigrants have a claim to birthright citizenship, okay, well then in default, you concede that, well,
I know what you're saying.
When he's
I can
clarify.
clarify.
Like, number 14160.
I can clarify exactly, and I more misspoke. What I meant was that right now, as the ruling is, yes, you are right that they have constitutional rights under, or at least due process under the 14th Amendment, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm saying is that although this may be true, Trump has, and also Clarence Thomas, you know, one of the reasons why I've supported him is because he's wanted a ruling and to look and to redo that, because I think that is not the originalist interpretation of that amendment, and therefore that is why I support him, is because he has been actually trying to look into that part of the amendment and say, hey, subject to the jurisdiction of does not just mean, you know, that we can simply go and you know, say everyone who comes here has constitutional rights to all the, you know, that's just not what I'm saying.
What do you think it should mean to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
So subject to the jurisdiction of should mean that you have been, you know, it really had to do with slaves. It really had to do with slaves. It really had to do with this, you know, there is, I mean, let's flip it around, right? If anyone, I can answer this by, I know I watch a lot of, I've watched 2 nights now, by the way, I respect what you do. I watched 2 guests, 2 nights now. And what I would say is that, you know, a lot of your guests, they kind of just start calling names and this stuff. That I will not do. What I'm simply here to say is that if, for example, we allow everyone in and we just, whoever wants to come in can come in, we don't have a legal process. Okay, what happens is that you no longer have a civil society. You no longer have a civil society. You have a land with no borders. And I don't think, I don't think that that is something that anyone wants. It violates natural rights. It violates constitutional rights. It violates any sort of independence. I mean, going all the way from Aristotle to the Bible.
I hate to hop in here, but you're not answering my question.
Well, okay. What would you like me to answer?
What do you think it should mean to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
It means that you should be following the law, obviously, and you're going to turn to me and say, well, illegals have to follow the law. So yes. Okay.
Well,
So
it's that you have to follow the law. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that you would be having to follow law, and it would be that you're not a citizen of another country.
Really? So you think that like dual citizens, if they have kids on American soil, their kids wouldn't be Americans?
Well, dual citizens are a little different, but that's a very unique scenario. But that was what the subject of the jury.
That very unique scenario would like refute your principled position on what you think it should mean to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Well, I'm okay. If you can hold off on the dual citizenship, which the founders would not agree with dual citizenship, even though that is something that is allowed. The founders would not agree. I would say that overall, the main point is that if you are subject to other laws, that you cannot then, unless you have relinquished those laws and now wanted to become part of our country, you cannot be subject to constitutional rights.
Oh yeah. So the easiest refutation would be specifically a dual citizen from Europe. From a country in Europe that is a part of the ICJ. Because for countries that are part of the ICJ, the country and then the citizens of the country would be subject to international law regardless of where they are. So would you argue that if like you're a dual citizen with like Germany, for instance, meaning that you'd be subject to another body's laws, the ICJ's laws in America, that if you have a child, they wouldn't be a citizen?
No, as the way it is now, that doesn't happen, no.
It does happen, yes. Good example would actually be Melania, I think.
Okay, but my point is still
that
but she's done it the legal way.
Yeah, I know, but like she's still subject to like another body's laws, right? And then you said that your children shouldn't be eligible for birthright citizenship if the parent is subject to another body's laws.
I mean, I'm simply saying there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying my argument. Listen, I'm no constitutional scholar. I wish I was, but I am simply saying that the main point of my argument is that if there is a right way to do it, there is a wrong way to do it, and if we're allowing people from other countries to come and they're subject to their laws, not to our laws, they're citizens of their country, not of our country, and we continually to allow this. Not only, we have tests when you come into the United States to make sure that you understand what it means to be an American citizen.
Yeah, I think I got you. I think I got you with that last one because there's no way to work around it. Because then you'd argue that once again, dual citizens with citizenship from countries in Europe that are part of the ICC or the ICJ, that meaning while they're in America, they're still subject to another body's laws. The international criminal justice laws. That then their children wouldn't have birthright citizenship. But I think I actually have another question to get you to. Sure. What if somebody were to renounce their citizenship from another country, they come in here undocumented? They're not subject to any other body's laws. They've renounced citizenship. They're not a citizen.
No, I don't mean I mean coming
their
into
children
the legal way.
I know, but if there was an undocumented immigrant that was not a citizen from any other country because they renounced said citizenship, okay, would their children be citizens if born here under your view?
Well, absolutely yes, because that was like what slaves were. Absolutely yes.
Really? So if you just come into this country as an undocumented immigrant, and no, that, by the way, that's not what slaves were. Okay.
But it's.
I'd like to clarify that's not what slaves were at all. But, so you're saying if an undocumented immigrant were just to say, I'm no longer a citizen of Venezuela, for instance, then in accordance with your interpretation, their child would be a citizen if born here.
To an extent, but I will also say that they have more of a qualification because they're not.
I think that this is a very binary issue. It's either they
I'm telling you
possess
textually
this inalienable right of birthright citizenship, or they do not possess this inalienable right of birthright citizenship. There's no I like half citizenship, for instance. It's either they do or they don't.
It's twisting the original intention of the founding and what I'm saying.
So then what is the original intention of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
It means you've had to live under the laws already, and you do not have an allegiance to another country.
Okay, you don't have an allegiance to another country. You understand that whole allegiance bit was just the opinion of a Yale professor years after the 14th Amendment was passed. So it's why are you willing to listen to what a Yale professor said in 1882, but you're not willing to listen to what SCOTUS said in 1892? Like, I would argue that SCOTUS's ruling on the subject matter is significantly more relevant to the originalist interpretation of the 14th Amendment than what a Yale professor said around the same time.
Well, I would argue just in general that if to go by SCOTUS as the law, I mean, there have been more liberal and outright overly conservative with things that I don't agree with that SCOTUS has. I mean, for example, Scalia, I couldn't stand.
But I think what I'm saying here is that it's definitely like SCOTUS is more relevant than a random like Yale professor. Like, you understand?
Oh, I agree.
That's where like
Yes.
the allegiance bit comes from. Like, whenever you hear anybody like say, "Oh, I'm an originalist, and I think that the 14th Amendment is for those with allegiance to the country," and then allegiance denotes like permanent residence. Okay, well, first and foremost, even in accordance with your interpretation, Donald Trump is still infringing on that because he said even if you're a permanent resident, you're fucked, no birthright citizenship for your kid. But then point number two here, that literally just comes from a Yale professor in the 19th century after the 14th.
I don't think it's just from a Yale professor.
Then where did it come from?
It's come from building off from the Fifth Amendment, okay, which was which when the founders were creating and Madison was creating the Bill of Rights, and he was very, very skeptical about a Bill of Rights and with the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist arguments, and it goes back to that.
How so?
It goes so in the sense that because when, they were very, very careful about who they were going to let into this country. They were very, very careful, and they wanted the qualifications to be, extremely high.
Wait, I have another question. Do you think that like Indigenous Americans should have a claim to birthright citizenship? I think that this is a defeater. You take any originalist perspective, the answer is a hell no.
You're asking me the question?
Yes. Do you think that Indigenous Americans should have a claim to birthright citizenship in this country in accordance with the Constitution?
According to the 14th Amendment, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Whoa! No. If you're taking an originalist perspective, you just contradicted yourself. Thank you, by the way, because I agree. I agree. Obviously, any sane human should agree that Indigenous Americans should have a claim to birthright citizenship. But that was actually explicitly ruled out. Fun fact. Yeah. They explicitly did not get birthright citizenship. That was explicitly agreed to by Congress with the ratification of the 14th Amendment, and then explicitly reaffirmed by the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark decision. It was only years and years later that Indigenous Americans got birthright citizenship. So, I mean, please. Okay, point me towards like one person, okay, pre-1900. That said Indigenous Americans should get birthright citizenship.
Well, I think it's a misreading of the law. I just do.
What's a misreading?
I think if they're indigenous, they've been following our laws.
What I'm trying to tell you is that that was what the intention of the people who passed the 14th Amendment was to not give it to Indigenous Americans. And doesn't the originalist perspective of any constitutional amendment consider the intentions of those in which passed it?
Well, if that was the originalist perspective, and again, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but if that was the case, then I would agree with it. I mean, unless you amend it.
Okay. So then I think that that's just maybe one of the reasons why you shouldn't hold to originalist perspectives, because then all of a sudden, only white men who own property should be able to vote. Then all of a sudden, Indigenous Americans should have a claim to birthright citizenship, so on and so forth.
I would love to get your perspective because I haven't heard it, and then I'll let you get to the next guest on the ICE sort of situation in Minnesota. I'm not going to argue. I know you. I was watching you. I know you argue a lot about the facts and what went on. Did someone pull a gun? This and that. That's not what I was going to ask you. Just what you think about ICE in general.
Yeah, ICE bad.
ICE bad, and so. Why is ICE bad?
Well, I mean, the main reason why I think ICE is bad is because of the human rights atrocities that we've seen unfold in front of us. Not just under Trump, but a lot of it under Trump disproportionately. But also just, over the course of all of modern American history since the creation of ICE. Even one of the Republicans that formed ICE originally is now saying that Donald Trump is totally being a fascist with him. But I mean, I just disagree with mass deportation. I do not think undocumented immigrants that don't possess any criminal record should be deported. I think that they should be offered a pathway to residence or citizenship, and I think that's the true pro-America position.
So what happens though if we keep letting these people in that we haven't vetted, that we don't know? Never mind even the criminal aspect of it, which I don't think a lot of them are criminals. I'm not even saying that. I think those numbers are exaggerated. But what happens if we dilute a country where, we have an American creed is very different from the rest of the country?
I don't think that it dilutes anything. I think it makes it better.
But if we don't have control over that, right?
I think that we should have control over immigration, and I think that controlling immigration would first necessitate us having as many legal ports of entry as possible that are as fast as possible for the lowest price possible. Okay, so we could control and vet every single person that's coming in, and like pretty much disincentivize undocumented immigration for everybody but those who wouldn't be able to meet the bar for legal entry, which would be like a violent criminal record. And
but it sounds like
I think that they should be deported or arrested and put in jail, right?
But it sounds like you're saying to me more that there should be more legal ports of entry.
As many as possible, yeah. I think that
I think Trump would agree with you.
Immigration is good. No, he's never said that, actually. He's not once stood in front of a microphone at a podium and said, we need to make legal means of entry into this country more attainable. He's never said that.
I think I've watched many of his speeches. I think he has. I think what gets...
And why isn't he doing that? Why has he never done that? Never, even tried to do it?
Because I think what's going on right now is under the Biden administration, there were so many illegal immigrants that were allowed in, okay? And that we have no control over where they went. We have no control over, what they're doing. And unfortunately, that's just the scenario where, he's had to clean up. He's had to get these people out.
Exactly. I think that you call that like a cleanup. The fact that you call, right, like the system of oppression that's violating people's human and constitutional rights, sending them to be tortured in another country in violation of their right to due process. So now we see ICE agents murdering citizens in broad daylight, then having that defended by the president sees a cleanup is like the issue. That's not a cleanup. That's a tear down, dude. Okay. A cleanup would be to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. Therefore, everything's above board. Okay, they have long-term survivability in the market. They could garner higher wages from their employers because they have more bargaining power. Then all of a sudden, they have more purchasing power, and they're more incentivized to pay more in taxes. So then our taxable revenues go up, GDP growth goes up. That's what a cleanup looks like to deal with like the real pragmatic issue of having so many people in our country who are not like identified. Right? That's the cleanup, is mass amnesty, not mass deportation.
Well, I would, if I can answer that, I would say that America foundationally is just built off of a different creed than other countries. Would you agree with that or no?
I think that it would depend on the country. Like, I think that there's a lot of other countries today and historically that have shared the similar creed.
Okay. Can you name one?
We should first define what the creed is. What creed do you think that America was built on? I think it was like built on like total like imperialism and benefit for the white man. So.
Oh well, that's the problem. Then we're not. I would look at the founding of the country.
I just think it's true, dude. It's like I think that there's a lot of like whitewashed and glorified versions of like the founding of America, pro freedom, pro liberty. Go tell that to like a woman, Go hop in a time machine, head back. 245 years ago and ask a woman how free she was.
I agree with that. The problem is that if you look, problem with what you're saying, I believe, is that when you look at the founding creed, which I believe is that all men are created equal, and I don't mean that in men.
Well, I mean that. That's the thing. I think that may have been quite literal.
Well, I think their founding creed was that all men are created equal, all people are created equal. When they say we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they're endowed with, these natural rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What he's meaning by that...
If the people were equal, then why didn't they deserve equal rights?
Well, I think these were flawed men, for sure, but after a very good ideal. I think, Lincoln said it best in his Gettysburg Address when he quoted the Declaration of Independence, in stating, that we are all equal, and he was, in that sense, he was doing it towards slavery.
We are all equal, like as businesses were segregated, as women couldn't own a bank account, start a business, as they couldn't vote and voice their opinion either. Like, obviously, these are not tenets of like true freedom, liberty, or equality, right?
Well, I think
that property owning white men, okay, definitely experienced this revolution of liberty with the creation of America. You know, they were able to call the shots as they wanted to. They were able to escape the taxation with no representation from Europe. I think it's true. If you want to have a conversation about this tenet of liberty and freedom, that there was a revolution for the liberty and freedom of the white man, for sure. All right, but see, that principle just didn't extend to anyone else.
Well, I agree. In the beginning, it did not. Of course, there's no denying that. What I think, is, when we look at the United States, I think we're the freest people in the world, and I think that ultimately that came through creed.
Then why aren't we the happiest? If we're the freest, then why aren't we the happiest?
Who is happier and what makes them happier? I mean, for us,
Nordic countries are significantly happier than we are. Living significantly higher qualities of lives, access to more resources, higher GDP per capita, more egalitarianism in all senses of the world, in all senses of the market, with more economic mobility. Like, if we truly are the freest, why is it not represented in, how Americans feel, how Americans think, how Americans act, what Americans see on a daily basis?
I would say that, when you're looking at this, I understand what you're saying when you're looking at it through that lens, but I would argue, and my point would be that, when you're looking at histories of people, when you're going from the Greco-Romans, when you're going, all the way, through time, I would argue that the most important thing has been that philosophically, the United States are the freest people, I believe. I believe that the doctrine that all men are created equal, enshrined in the Constitution, not perfected, but through the 19th Amendment, women to vote, through the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which we had, now we freed blacks. I think that Black people, I think that this is
also that's even if we just take like a constitutional perspective on the issue, okay, like I think that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were like massive advancements towards racial equality, but they didn't guarantee it. That's for damn sure. I'll just point out one glaring issue. What does the 13th Amendment say? Slavery illegal now, unless what?
I think it was servitude, or I forget the term they used, but it was basically
unless you're a prisoner, unless you're in
exactly.
jail.
Right,
okay,
right,
and now 14% of the population account for 87% of the exonerations within our criminal justice system. Black people today in 2026, not 1868, it was much worse then, are still like 5 times more likely to be falsely convicted of a crime or falsely arrested for a crime that they did not commit. We see an over-policing of predominantly black neighborhoods. We see jury bias. We see police bias. We see police brutality disproportionately directed against black Americans. And why, may you ask? Well, I mean, I believe it's because the institution of the criminal justice system was thereby incentivized from the ratification of the 13th Amendment with the very recent history of slavery at the time to continue enslaving black people, which is why we then saw this onslaught of the lack of racial equality and the prejudicial treatment of black Americans from then until now, specifically within the criminal justice system. Like, I mean, that's like a major glaring flaw that I see, even in, like these amendments that are supposed to advance racial equality. And I mean, I think that there's maybe even some better examples that I could use here just to really hone in on this whole notion of American freedom. We had an ICE agent murder someone, multiple someones, by the way. I just really think that Alex Pretty is a clear-cut example where somebody is on all four, they get shot in the back and killed, and then the president turns around and their administration calls the citizen who was murdered a domestic terrorist and says that they were a trained assassin there to cause maximum damage, and now the person who murdered them, an agent of the state, is still working their job. You can't tell me that in a free society, we have state-endorsed murder of our citizens on the ground, on all fours, with a gun to the back of their head because they decided to leave their house.
If you cannot impede on federal law you cannot impede on that. You cannot impede federal law. I mean, these people are going out there every day.
It is illegal to impede upon the official duties of an LEO, just like it is illegal for an LEO to kill somebody for impeding upon their official duties. Why don't you hold that same energy against them? Okay, it's all about law and order. Don't break the law. Don't impede. Okay, I don't even think he did impede, but let's just assume he did. Okay, so Alex Preddy impedes. All of a sudden, oh, you can't impede. You can't impede. Don't do it because the law, the law, the law, the law. Where's that same energy for an LEO killing somebody because they supposedly impeded? That's also illegal. And by the way, significantly worse, not just because of the real world outcome of in this scenario man's dead and the other scenario man's not dead, just a little annoyed because someone's impeding upon their duties, and they're an agent of the state breaking the law in the name of the law.
Well, I'm going to answer it pretty simply, not the way you're probably wanting it, but it's unfortunately, it's horrible that it happened. I hate it. But at the same time, I mean, you cannot, when the situation in Minnesota right now with number one, the fraud, with number two, everything that's going on there in terms of, how many Somalis came in, illegally, how many illegal immigrants there are. I mean, they committed a crime. They committed a crime by coming in here illegally. And it is the right of the country to ask them to go back to where they live.
And I think that it's the right of you to or the right of myself to request you actually respond to my point. I'm bringing up a very clear point. How can you say that this country is free when our state is sanctioning and endorsing the murder of our citizens on the streets for doing absolutely fucking nothing?
Sure. No, I'll answer
responding by this by saying, oh, well, we need to deport undocumented immigrants.
No. I'm sorry. I'll answer that question. What I'm saying is that I believe that unfortunately there are going to be some bad apples occasionally, but that the overall of what is going on is a good thing.
You're missing my point. It's not just the occasional bad apple of somebody doing something wrong. It is the environment in which creates the bad apples, because we're only giving them 47 days of training and $47,000 bonuses with no real investigation into their criminal record. I've seen ICE agents with domestic abuse on their record and fucking Nazi tattoos on their neck. Okay, it's literally more difficult. It takes more time to train to become a barber than an ICE agent. B, okay, the promotion of the lawlessness in this division of the government, because ultimately they know that whatever they do is going to be defended by Kristi Noem. It's going to be defended by Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that they weren't going far enough when they were already illegally detaining and deporting asylum seekers, non-undocumented immigrants, with their kids in detention centers. Now we have those kids like Leon Ramos starving and throwing up because they refuse to eat the food with bugs in it, or illegally deporting people with no due process to be tortured in CCOT, illegally deporting people like Kilmar Brigger Garcia to that same place to be tortured in CCOT, with the administration then responding by saying, oh, we broke the law, SCOTUS checked us, but guess what? He's a criminal, he's never coming back. Or like Donald Trump saying that he's not doing enough. Okay, ICE is not doing enough in response to a reporter that asked them about ICE kidnapping naked children out of their beds and throwing them in backs of the U-Haul vans. But most notably, the fact that the state is defending it. Sure, okay, if the state, wasn't reasonably culpable for the creation of an environment in which allowed for this negligence on behalf of our ICE agents by under-training them and then giving them exuberating confidence to do whatever the hell they want, even if it's illegal. Okay, maybe if they didn't defend the actions of the bad apples that weren't created by them because of their negligence, but just rather, the ones that slipped through the cracks, then I'd get your point. Oh, just bad apple, okay, bad apple. But because the administration is culpable for creating this environment to allow for this negligence, to permit this negligence, and then when this negligence unfolds and it results in a dead citizen who's murdered, they turn around and defend said negligence and call the murdered citizen a domestic terrorist. Okay, it's absolutely a systemic issue in which should be questioned and condemned by every American, and obviously used as a focal point when discussing American freedom, American liberty, or as I've now proved, the lack thereof for many people.
I would argue that a people that is undertaken, or that has too many illegal immigrants in, is not a free people, and that is the answer.
Exactly. Your idea of absence of freedom hinges on more brown people. My idea of an absence of freedom hinges on the state killing their own citizens, using like 42 million starving Americans as a bargaining chip to blame the Democrats to get them to fold for a government shutdown, defunding Medicaid by close to $1 trillion just so you could reinvest that money back into the top 1%, knowing that tens of thousands of citizens will die because of it. Okay. Denying women and girls their access to their human rights through access to abortion, which has now led in the material consequence of 60 women and girls per day being denied access to abortion that were impregnated by rape. Okay. On top of platforming a predator who's been held civilly liable for rape and has boasted about sexual exploitation, now turning around to find Congress and breaking federal law, refusing to release the Epstein files. On top of about 1 billion other things too, like threatening an invasion of our allies, saying that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, arresting his political opponents, J6 pardoning people who tried to insurrect our government, stage a coup and rig an election. Like, that is my idea of a lack of freedom. And I'm going to be honest, dude, like, you're obviously not a complete idiot, okay? You are probably much more intelligent than every other guest that we've had join this live so far. But I think that the level of intelligence that you possess is absolutely corrupted by what I think has been an unspoken underpinning bigotry behind your points. It's like you're not working off of this foundation, what is truly best for the world, what is truly best for the further prosperity and success of this country, what is truly best in accordance with the law and the execution of benevolent law. But it's rather off of this really wishy-washy basis of, well, I'm now going to determine what I think is truly best for this country, but that's going to be underpinned by these pre-assumptions of prejudice towards people unlike me.
Well, I can just tell you, I mean, I don't know if you think that I'm like, I mean, I have a Hispanic wife. I mean, I am far from, I don't judge people by anything other than the merit of their character. So that is not an issue to me at all. I would just say that, the overall issue is that if I think that America was built on a foundational creed of equality and liberty, I think that it was not a perfect creed in this, or they said it is a perfect creed, but they did not act on it perfectly.
We're still not acting on it perfectly today when we have a president who's pardoning people who are gouging out cops' eyes on J6.
I think J6 was a lot more staged than people realize, but that's a different story. But I won't get into that. But
come on, dude.
Well, I'm just sharing my opinions. I mean, you can disagree.
What does that mean? Stage? What does that mean?
I just think that there were a lot of paid protesters there. I think a lot of those people there were, I think a lot of the havoc that went on there was not. I think Nancy Pelosi did a terrible job. Nancy Pelosi denied the whatever it was, 10,000 police, 15,000 police guards, or whatever it is.
As Trump has proven, the president does maintain the ability to deploy the National Guard. So,
well, I'm just someone in the comments wrote.
And then also, who were they paid by? Were they paid by the Republicans?
No, they were not paid. They were Republicans for sure.
So then why did Trump pardon them all?
Well, I think a lot of them were locked up. They were given crimes. They were said to do crimes that, a lot of them, that the punishment did not fit the crime.
Oh, like what? 12 years in jail for trying to kill a cop in the process of insurrecting your government?
I'm not talking about those.
I agree with you. I don't think that the punishment did fit the crime. He should have gone to jail for life. And that's the thing. I understand that you'll be able to look at the punishment for a lot of the people that were engaged on J6 and then compare them to comparable circumstances of engaging in that same action outside of the Capitol on J6, and you'll say, oh, well, they were like over penalized for what they did. No, they weren't, because all the crimes that they committed, okay, weren't in a vacuum or under typical circumstances. They were in the furtherance of an attempted insurrection of the American government. Like, a lot of them deserved more than they got. DJ Rodriguez, who's sentenced to 12 years for trying to kill Officer Fanone with a stun gun, he got 12 years. If it was me, okay, you try to kill a cop so you could get into our Capitol to stop an election and smear your shit on the walls, I am not a fan of the death penalty, but fuck, you might just deserve it.
Well, I hear your opinion. Yeah, I mean, I hear it. And by the way, your chat is hilarious. They're saying free the wife. I think that's hysterical. But that's your opinion, and I respect it. I think what you do, frankly, is a lot healthier than what a lot of people do. So, I mean, the fact that you're well read and you understand these things, I think you come at this with a very educated way, obviously. So yeah, I hear you.
Well, I hope that you consider a handful of the things that I shared with you. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest here in the live for the night. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, too.
Oh, all right, guys. Yeah, super unfortunate. I gotta say, that guy's like probably like one of the last Trump supporters left that has like some intelligence. Like obviously, like he's still kind of lost it in a lot of regards because he's like, oh, J6 was staged, right? Like that's a crazy conspiracy theory. Sorry. But like, oh my goodness, dude. Compare it even like that to like that guy earlier who's up here screaming and shouting with no brain whatsoever about the 14th Amendment. I mean, two very different conversations. I really hope that the guy does reconsider his views though, okay? Because, you got to stop supporting Trump, bro. Real quick, I'd like to thank a couple people. First and foremost, S, thank you for the 50 Australian dollars over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, S. S says, I think this guest is conflating concern about the undocumented entry with the definition of the 14th Amendment, boiling it down. Is this guest worried about uncontrolled undocumented entry, or is he xenophobic? I think that guest was likely pretty xenophobic. I was sensing some like undertones of like racism too. I'd say that, those forms of bigotry were pretty like instrumental towards the conclusions that he was yielding. Thank you for the 50 Australian dollars. And then let's see here. San, that is S-A-N, San. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Thank you so excuse me. Thank you so much for the 100 euros over on YouTube. Holy fuck, San. Dude, that is like $140 USD. Thank you so much for the love. That is actually fucking insane. San with 100 euros says, your country equals build on immigration. Check out the vid, how the USA forced Europe to pay for their wars. It shows how bad it is for your country to lose us. I'm sorry to hear about your dog love from Belgium. You're saying check out a video about how we force Europe to pay for our wars. If I were to assume, that would have to do with like Bush invoking Article 5 of the NATO treaty to send a bunch of Europeans into like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran, right? Thank you so much for the $100. That is fucking insanely kind of you. Seriously. Eli, thank you for the $10. Who says free the wife for real? Drew, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Drew W's, who says, I don't think anything makes me angry more than grape apologists. Let me read up the rest of their donation because they do understand how irrational and immoral it is to victim blame. They're also just fine with it as long as it's not someone who they care about. I'm sorry about Shelby Dogs or family. Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate your kind words there about Shelby, and I agree with you. Rape apologists piss me the fuck off too. Jessica, appreciate you for the $5. Casey, they with the 3. Diana, thank you so much for the 5. Then Tom, thank you for the $15. She says this quote-unquote free nation has the highest prison population in the world, 2 million. And the 13th Amendment leaves loophole for slavery as punishment. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting into earlier. Thank you for the $15, Tom. You're absolutely right. And hey, Patsy, it's good to see you again today. Thank you for the $30 donation on Venmo. Patsy says, keep voicing and educating Dean. You're making a difference. Patsy, dude, you are making a difference. You likely are in your local community. You are so involved with these streams. I love you. Thank you so much for the $30, Patsy. Then Anonymous, thank you for the $3. I'll make sure to check that out. Austin, thank you for the $15. He says, Donald Trump has never proposed to make the means of entry easier. That position is further to the left than the Dems. Guest is Delulu. Yeah, bro, Austin, you're right. That position is further to the left than the Dems. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $8 over on PayPal. Thank you for getting outside and marching. That's so cool. Fussy, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Angelina, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Then Margaret, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Says, thank you so much for everything that you do. It is much appreciated from Margaret. Margaret, you are also in here every day. I swear to God, Patsy and Margaret, two very frequent names that I'm always seeing. Robin, thank you for the $25, who says, love your work since you speak up against the exploitation of the vulnerable. Please reconsider the principles of veganism/animal rights. You'll find them to be intellectually consistent with the beliefs that you already hold. Don't let a few vegans hold you back. Keep it up. I'm going to assume that you saw the vegan come up earlier in the live. I'm actually very sympathetic to the vegan position, but I hate really annoying vegans. And you should too, because really annoying vegans definitely drive people away from the movement. Okay. I appreciate you for the $25, Robin. And then Joseph, thank you for the $20. He says, just had the pleasure of taking my mother and friends to dinner celebrating her 84th birthday, only to top the night off by watching your live. So glad you're back. Was concerned about you ending abruptly last night. Glad you're okay and keep up the good work. Well, Joseph, please wish your mother a very happy 84th birthday from me. And a huge shout out to you. Thank you for the kind words and the $20. I'd also like to thank Ariel for the $20 as well, who says 2A maggots went from quote unquote don't tread on me to comply or die. Yeah, it's crazy. You just get so much whiplash from how fast they change their views. Thank you for the $20. Same thing goes to you, Elizabeth. Thank you for the 10. And Abigail, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Abby. Show some love to Abigail down below in that comment section, who says happy Friday and thank you for what you do. I'm really happy that you've decided to spend some of your Friday with us, Abigail. I hope that you have a good Friday as well. And seriously, thank you for the fucking love. Holy crap. Show some love to Abigail down below. And Shania, thank you for the $15. Andy, thank you for the 10. And then Angelina, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Angelina. Then Cameron, thank you so much for the $25. Huge shout out to you. Beth and Madison, thank you guys for the 5. And it looks like we are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Honestly, I'm just having fun reading y'all's messages. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, who says they don't care that Alex is dead because they believe he deserved it. Yeah, because they're fucking stupid. Fussy, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, is it finally over? Did we finally win? Have the files been released? Celebration? 50% of them have been released. So massive, massive jump. Thank you for the $10. M, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Then Amanda and Michelle. Oh my God, you two. Michelle, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $150. Oh my God. Then Amanda, thank you for the $100. Y'all are going crazy. Show some love to Michelle and Amanda down below in that comment section. Holy crap, y'all. You do not need to be shown that level of love. Listen, I do not deserve a penny of that. Michelle with a 150 says, your streams help me take my mind off of my cancer troubles. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything that you do. Oh, Michelle, I wish you the best of luck. Right now, 3 of my 4 grandparents have cancer. Just had a dog pass from cancer. So I don't know exactly where you are because I don't have cancer, but I know that feeling of just living in that constant, persistent state of real anxiety surrounding it because, God, I just see it every day. So I wish you the best of luck. Seriously, Michelle, thank you for the 150. Amanda with $100 says, our laws require immigrants to be on our lands to apply for citizenship or asylum, so it's not illegal for them to come here, and it's also our laws, quote-unquote, consenting to them coming. Additionally, undocumented immigrants can include those who have had their case pending decisions. So true, Amanda. I feel like most people forget that, like, a vast majority of undocumented immigrants either have, like, pending asylum cases or came here on, like, an expired visa and just haven't renewed it yet. They're not, like, the walk through the border illegally and fuck the law and the system, violent criminal type deal, you know? Thank you for the $100. Thank you for the $100. As well as Julie, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Julie says, I've been following you for 3 years and never texted or donated, so I feel like I owed you at least one donation for all the lives that you've done. You and Parker in the last few years were, well, first and foremost, that's crazy that you've been watching for years, dude. That's awesome. And then second of all, you will never owe me a donation. I just appreciate you for being here and staying tuned in. Thank you for the $20. Quentin, thank you for the 10. Anna, thank you for the 5. Jamie, appreciate you for the 5. Ella, thank you for the 10. Amanda, thank you for the 10, who says, I really needed Sassy Dean tonight, and you've delivered. Hell yes, Amanda. And then Natisha, thank you for the $50 donation, who says, thank you so much for being a voice of reason and logic in an insane world. This is why I find your streams a source of stress relief. It is good to know reasonable people exist. Oh, trust me, Natisha, I know how you feel. After talking to Trump supporters all day, it is so nice to, like, for instance, go over to my grandparents' house and, like, just hear reasonable voices about the world. It really is. Thank you for the $50. And then Sonny, thank you for the 10. Owen with the 10. Sebastian with the 10. Then Sonny with another 10. Thank you guys so much. And Sonny, good luck on that date, my friend. And wow, it looks like we're all caught up. I do apologize that they did kind of take a minute. I just wasn't looking at the donations while I was talking to that last guest. And just know that I'm so fucking thankful for y'all. And Jordan, thank you for the $6 from Minnesota. Shout out to you. Brianna, thank you for the $5. She says, I love you so much. I love you too, Brianna. Mary, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for being here. As a mature woman, I hate to admit that I've learned so much from you. Well, Mary, I'm always learning more every day, so I could turn around and share more with y'all. So I'm happy that you've learned something. And then Selena, thank you so much for the $5. Then Justin, thank you so much for the $25. He says, hey, I've been trying to debate you for a while. Let me up. My name is Buff Bills 46. Fuck, dude. Unfortunately, we're ending for this for the day. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Come back tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to screenshot your at. Okay. Thank you for the love, dude. Poppy, I appreciate you for the $10. And then Lisa with the $20 who says following orders didn't fly in Nuremberg. Bring on Nuremberg 2.0. Yeah, dude, it's already like the moderate position that we need to abolish ICE. 56% of Americans support it. Give it a couple years and the moderate position is going to be prosecute ICE because that's absolutely what needs to happen. And then just one last shout out here. Miss Sandra, thank you for another 50 euros over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, hey, the video's about the mark a pact after World War II. I will look into that, Sandra. Thank you so much for all the love. And one last time, just thank you so much. We're all caught up, folks. For everybody watching, we are at this point in the night going to go ahead and end the stream. I need to go grab some food. I'm hungry. Oh, God, I'm going to tell you all a story. So after we put Shelby down, I needed something to kind of take my mind off of everything that was going on. So I spontaneously decided I wanted to take on a massive project of cleaning out my garage. Keep in mind, it's a small garage. It's a one-car garage, so it's not too big of a deal. And that led to me throwing out about 1 billion boxes. I then even bought a pressure washer. In retrospect, not a good decision, to pressure wash the floor of the garage. And then I did that yesterday. But the walls surrounding my garage, I guess, aren't too good. And I accidentally got a little bit too much water on those walls. And then on the other side of the wall, the water was leaking in. So I've been dealing with that. Totally my fault. That's kind of been my project over the last 48 hours. So I'm pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really tired. So I'm gonna call it here for the night. Peace and love to you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Hit that subscription button on your way out on YouTube. And you know what, as always, I go live 7 days a week. So see you tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Good night. Have a good Friday evening.